Dip dip dibbity doo doo. Dip dip dibbity doo doo.
Born to be alive. Born to be alive. Born to be alive. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Beep bop billy bop bip bop bip billy bop 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 ba. Bum 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 ba. Bum 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 ba. Bum 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 ba. Bum 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 ba. Bum bum bum. All right. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get cooking. Do you wish me a good morning, or mean that it is a good morning whether I want it or not, or that you feel good this morning, or that it is a morning to be good on? Yes. I'm gonna go with D, all of the above. My answer is D, all of the above. I either need a bigger green screen or I need to get smaller. I'm not sure which is going to be easier. Probably the bigger green screen. All of the above. Gandalf could eat my ass. We have a thing for wizards with big bushy beards. Keep going. No. No, I'm calling it there. I'm done. I'm done. I'm calling it there. Hello everybody and welcome back. Welcome back. It's a new week. It's a new week. It's a new week. How are you feeling? How are you feeling compared to this time last week? Do you feel the same? Do you feel slightly different? One thing that people talk about all the time is whether or not people can change. And I feel like people are constantly changing all the time. Things very rarely stay the same in nature. And I feel like people are always changing. But the thing that happens is that when change is gradual, we don't really perceive change as happening. And so we feel like things are the same when things are actually different. For me, I find it essential to believe that people can change because that means that I can change too. And if I can do it, so can you. You know what I mean?
So maybe you know people who you feel like don't change, or they haven't changed, or they're stuck in their old ways, and it's like, no, they have been changing. Maybe they've just been reinforcing their old ways of thinking. I visited my mom last week, so I feel really good now. According to her, it wasn't a fun trip at all because I was crampy and tired from my period, so she blames me for not having fun. Honestly, your power. Honestly, you're so powerful to just have so much effect on her life that she's completely incapable of having fun unless you permit it. How does it feel to have all that power? Is there anything she doesn't blame you for? Like, if the weather's bad, is it your fault? Probably. If she stubs her toe, does she curse your name? If she spills a drink, does she shout to the heavens, "Damn you, daughter of mine"? The relationship you have with your mom is a really good example of the contentious relationship that some parents have with their children. Some people are very insecure when it comes to their children because they view their child as their replacement. You know, they're gonna get old, they're gonna die, but you're gonna still be there and you're gonna, carry on their legacy. They're training you as their replacement. And some people, they get into a contentious relationship with their children. They view it as a competition. How are we doing today, everybody? Who's here? How's everybody going? Hey, Vengeful See How. Hey, Generic Name Go. Hey, Sabi. Hey, Jane Rage. Hey, Suga. How's everybody doing? Who's here? Come on and say hello. Don't be shy. Come on down. I got a little bit of a sunburn yesterday. It's not bad and it doesn't really hurt, but like you can kind of see it there. We were out in the sun doing some sports and I had some sunscreen on, but I didn't really apply it that well. I mostly put it on my arms. Kind of forgot to put some on my neck, so I have a bit of a line here. You can kind of see it there. The cursed sports stream. Honestly, I was thinking about going up there and shooting some more hoops. Basketball's in my DNA, apparently. I can't deny my destiny. But just growing up tall and having people always ask me, like, oh, do you play basketball? I just found it annoying. I'm like, no. They never wanted to ask me about any of the other stuff I like to do. They just assumed that I liked to play the tall person sport. I ask what is in cup. It's coffee. It's a nice hot cup of poop water. It is kind of funny though, like of all the sports my parents tried to put me in, like basketball was never one of them. Like as a kid, they tried putting me into soccer, And I was probably like, I forget how old I was. 10? I don't know. But I hated it because they would always put me on defense. They would always put me on defense, and literally what I had to spend most of the game doing was stopping the players on my own team from trying to kick the ball into our net. Because that's how frustrating it was playing with other children. I'm like, are these children stupid? Why are they trying to kick the ball into our net? Don't they understand they have to kick it into the other net? I'm giving you a little bit of insight into what a little freak I was from a young age. I did play a little bit of baseball. I played baseball for like a season, so that's where I got my fundamentals. That's where I learned how to catch a ground ball. When we were playing some softball out on the sports stream yesterday, it was like, oh yeah, my old instincts were kicking in. Like, yeah, I haven't done this in 20 years. Hey, Ro, how you doing? It was funny hearing that story from Tyborg the other day about how I'm like, oh yeah, I do remember I moderated Row Your Motorboat, and I've never regretted that decision one time. Hello? Oh, howdy, partner. Howdy, partner. Loved all the call-ins. I like doing call-ins, and I might do call-ins again sometime again in the future. It's just, sometimes they can run a little long. Which isn't a problem, it's just, you know, people got a lot to talk about. We working from home this week, you know? I think if we did call-ins, it would be better to, like, actually schedule them. You know what I mean? Oh, this is going forward, you'll get to work from home. That's sweet. That's sweet. I can't wait until you're a lawyer. We got some questions popping into the box already, so I'm probably going to get to these sooner rather than later. But how are we feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good today. I think getting out and doing some physical activity was good for me. You know, going on a scooter ride, playing some sport. Playing a little bit of sport. A little bit of sport spieling. There's a spot on the right side of my lip that keeps going numb. Let me Google that for you. Let me Google that for you. Why do my lips feel numb? 6 causes. 13 causes of lip numbness. Which one's more accurate? causes? 10 causes. How many causes do we need? Probably something to talk to your doctor about. Feeling optimistic today? Hell yeah. That's bussin' no cap. Look at me, I'm hip. I'm hip with the lingo. I'm feeling good. I slept well last night. Am I wearing the same t-shirt as last time? Maybe. I mean, I washed it. I did the laundry, if that's any consolation. Did I wear this shirt last time? It's possible. I just threw a shirt on this morning, alright? I didn't really put much thought into it, if I'm being honest. But it is clean. It is clean. How are we feeling? I'm gonna say... I'm in the green region. Hopeful, jovial, delighted. 4 hours of tennis today? Ooh, that's a lot of tennis. That's a lot of tennis. That's tennis as a part-time job. Whenever I think of doing something for 4 hours in a day, I'm like, well, that's a part-time job. That's part-time job hours. So much paperwork to do with the gender recognition stuff, but it's for a good thing, so it's kind of fun. And it'll be good once it's over, you know. Also, just getting through it and, you know, finding meaning in the act of doing. You know, you're doing something for yourself because it's something that you want to do. Alright, I'm not going to wait around. I think we're just going to hop into some questions because we've got a few in the box already. So let's go ahead and get to it. Let's get to it. Okay, so, like... This kid from school has been hitting on me for weeks. I assume kid because I'm 32 and about to graduate college, and I assume the majority of the students there are age appropriate, 18 to 24. I just found out I'm 10 years his senior, so he's 22. I told him about the age gap and he doesn't care. I don't even want to go out with him, but don't know how to turn him down nicely. I won't speak for everyone, but typically when you see somebody in like their early 20s and they want to be in a relationship with someone who's like 10 plus years older than them, it's probably safe to safe to assume that there's probably going to be a little bit of like parent issues. Like they're looking for an adult. You know what I mean? Like they're looking to be with a grown-up. They're looking for somebody to tell them what to do. Not me dating someone 9 years older than me when I was 22, 23. Kind of gagged. Well, I mean, the thing is, you grow up and you become the adult that you need in your life. You know what I mean? Like, that's what people do. Like, you want to try to grow up to be the adult that you need in your life. You don't want to look for a partner to be the grown-up in your relationship. Your husband's 7 years older than you, but you were 30 when we met. That's fine. That's totally, like, that's totally normal. Me personally, I feel like after the age of like 30, I don't really care. Like, you date anybody older than you. If you're 30 and you want to be with somebody who's 60, go for it. Like, you're a full ass adult. But if you're like in your early 20s, it's like, ooh, your brain's still cooking. Your brain is still cooking. You have to consider things like life experience, emotional independence. You know, you don't want to be somebody's caregiver. They're supposed to be your partner. You used to want to date older men when you were in your early 20s. You were very unstable at the time. Exactly. See, like, that's why a lot of people in their early 20s, because when you're in your early 20s, consider what society has been telling you while you've been growing up. Like, oh, you're 18, you're an adult now, you gotta go live out on your own, you gotta go get a job, you gotta start paying your bills. And then, like, early 20s is like, you know, I feel like I'm supposed to be getting it. I'm supposed to know what being an adult is like, but you don't, because it takes a while to figure out. I identify as asexual and have thoroughly enjoyed my solitude. I don't want to hide behind my identity, though, and not make friendships, / I do want to learn how to date, despite never really doing it. But I also don't want to lead this kid on, even though I know I have through my passive replies. I mean, I just want to say something, like, you don't have to blame yourself for being passive. I'm like, and to some extent, like, he's also reading too much into things. Like, could you be more direct? Sure. But is he also, like, reading into things where they aren't really there? Also true. So it's not just on you. I don't want to ghost him because I'll see him in one of my classes next semester, but I don't want to make it awkward over text. I just wish I had kept my head down and never politely nodded at him in the halls, because it's led to this. I always smile and nod at the really shy kids because it's just how I'm programmed. There's nothing wrong with that. I hope you keep doing that, because making friends with shy, lonely people is a good thing. You know, like, I don't want you to regret making a friend. I was just being nice and now I'm just being a pushover. I told him my age, but he acts like it doesn't matter. But it does, to me. So I don't know. How do I gently end this, or do I go on an experiment date just to see what it's like? I don't want to rob the cradle, I just want my solitude back. But maybe that's me being selfish. How do I stop being a pushover? You gotta be assertive. You gotta be brave. You know, if you like this person as like a friend, that's okay. And there's nothing that says that you can't continue to be a friend with this person. There's nothing wrong with that. So I would just say something along the lines of, hey, I really appreciate our friendship, but I'm just really not interested in a relationship or anything beyond a friendship. So I hope this doesn't change things between us. You know, I like talking to you. Did we F? Oh, is Twitch glitching? Is Twitch glitching? They're trying to shut me down. I'm being too real. Let me say this. I would say you don't need to be so hard on yourself. You know, you don't need to like label yourself as selfish or being like this is your fault or something. Like this is just something that needs to just be clarified through communication. There's nothing wrong with that. And so if you like being friends with this person, just let him know. And if you're not interested in any type of, you know, romantic relationship, you can communicate that too. But I would just let him know, it's like, hey, it's not because of you. I just don't really want to be in a relationship with anybody. But I appreciate our friendship. It's like, how will he take it? That's to be determined. All you can do is just be polite and genuine and cordial, and if he wants to take that in a negative way, that's on him. I would say don't go on an experiment date. Like, if you're worried about leading him on, don't do that. Are we back? I've been here the whole time. Hello? I've dropped no frames. So if there's any issues going on, it's on Twitch's side. Like, everything's in the green on my end. Hold on, let's look. Stream Elements just gave an alert that I'm live again. Hello? Okay, everything looks okay on my end. Yeah, I haven't dropped any frames or anything. I'm assuming it's a Twitch issue. You lost me for a minute. Okay, let me reiterate what I just said. Let me recap. If you're worried about leading this person on, I wouldn't go on an experiment date, because that would be leading them on. Like, if you genuinely don't have any interest in a romantic relationship with somebody else, then I wouldn't do that. I would just let him know politely, you know, hey, you know, I like talking to you. I appreciate our friendship, but I'm just not interested in a relationship, so I don't want to lead you on. You can turn people down nicely, and it's up to them how they respond to that. You know, there's no guaranteed way that a person won't take a polite when you try to come like polite and friendly and cordial. It's like there's no guarantee that they're gonna take it that way. Like they might get a little frustrated. We can't control how they respond. We can only control how we deliver it. So as long as we're being honest and genuine and friendly, that's all we can do, really. Hi. Oh, hello. After high school, I decided not to go to college. I spent a year at home doing nothing. I then spent a year working part-time at a pet store. So, like, I had work, but it was so little I don't feel like it should count. It does count, though. It does. It does count. F or just me this time? Is Twitch glitched? Okay, I think we're okay. I think it's just a Twitch issue. We look okay on my end. I'm really red today. I need to adjust my camera setting. Hold on. I'm a little oversaturated. That's better. That's better. Alright, let me just say, you know, even if you just worked there for a little while, it still counts. It's still experience. It's still valid. It doesn't really matter how long it was. I feel like we need to acknowledge when we actually do things. You know, we can't be so quick to discredit our efforts. Twitch said stop giving therapy to people. Right? They don't want me to give therapy to people because then they won't spend as much time on Twitch. They'll stop watching people play video games as a way of distracting themselves from the things in their life that they need to be working on. Oops. Oops. But yeah, give yourself a little bit of credit. You're growing, you're figuring things out. Now, I've spent another year jobless talking with the social workers of the city for that whole year. Therapy, this place where you're supposed to know what to become later in life, and a job specialist. Well, the therapy I quit. It was for my anxiety and job concerns, but she couldn't help me, so she sent me to someone else. It's been months and I haven't been accepted there yet. I'm assuming you're in America, because this is a very common issue that happens in the American, like, mental health system. Like, you wait a long time to get into therapy, and then maybe that therapist just, like, there's nothing wrong with them as a therapist, they're just not really a good fit for you. It's like, alright, well, let's go ahead and wait a few more months. The good news is after yet another year of being a loser and a failed human being with no job, my work specialist managed to get me a summer job for 5 weeks. I'm only 2 days in and I've cried after going home both these days. My social anxiety is so bad, I'm so worried. Hey. Hey. Why are you beating yourself up? Why are you beating yourself up? Society instills this mindset into people that your value is your ability to work. but you're worth a lot more than that. It's not just about your ability to have a job, to spin the gears of capitalism. That doesn't define your value. So stop defining who you are as a person by your job. If you want to be successful or feel successful in life, you have to recognize your own effort, you have to celebrate your own journey, and you have to be an advocate for yourself. But you're not going to get to where you want to be by beating yourself up. Period. Like, you're not going to punish yourself into a life that you want to live. That's just not going to happen. So I want you to look at this from a strengths-based perspective. You've gone from having no job and dealing with social anxiety, and you've put in 2 days. That's more than 0 days. And so that's a success. I fear not being able to work like a normal person. Alright, well, what is normal? There's no such thing. I fear never getting over my social anxiety. I fear ending up alone with no relationship. I fear never getting any friends. Haven't had any friends for 5 years. We've probably got some volunteer friends here in the chat today. You want to make a friend? You want to make a friend today? Alright, show of hands. Where are my volunteer friends at? We got some volunteers. We're gonna be your friend whether you like it or not. I'm sorry, but you're stuck with us. We're your friends. We are your friends. It's like one day or day one. Ooh. I like it. It's a reasonable fear, too. All of these fears can be conquered. These are fears that a lot of people have. I don't want you to feel alone in these fears or like they're unique to you. These are fears that a lot of people deal with, and these are fears that you can do a lot about. Consider how that fear can be a motivator. What you need to do with your anxiety is turn it into your motivation. Allow your fear of not having friends drive you to go out and find friends. Because if all you do with that fear is just stay at home, isolate, not talk to anybody, then you're never going to find friends. If you want to find friends, you got to go out and find them. You got to go out to the friend store. But I have answered since the crash. Oh, I'm still on number 2. This is the second question of the day. We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. Anxiety casts a big shadow. But when you actually stand up and face that fear, it's not as big as you thought it was. It's like a little angry chihuahua, but it casts the shadow of a big, scary wolf. Another thing I'd like for you to practice, because I've got a ton of tips and advice, because like the stuff that you're going through is stuff that I've talked to so many people about, and I've helped a lot of people to get through. And so I feel really good about your outcome. I feel really good about your future. When you find yourself asking yourself what could go wrong, I want you to just pause for a moment, identify that anxiety is active in your mind right now, because that's what anxiety does. Anxiety likes to ask you the question, what could go wrong? What do I need to worry about? What you need to do is ask yourself what could go right. By doing that, you are taking your power back from your anxiety and you are rewiring your brain. And you can start looking at what are some potential positive outcomes instead of just wondering what could go wrong. The summer job is a good thing on paper, but I don't know how I'm going to have the energy for this. Worry about having the energy to show up. Don't worry about having the energy to get through the day. Don't worry about having the energy to get through the summer. Just worry about having the energy to get you to that next step. And then let momentum carry you forward. If you're wondering, or if you're worrying about every single step that you have to take and everything that you have to do, anxiety will freeze you in place. Because it overwhelms you. It's too much to do. You're worried about too many variables, too many things, too much work, too much effort. You just have to worry about that next step. It's the only way you can find out what you're really made of. It entails standing without walking for 7.5 hours and scanning stuff. My feet have gotten blisters already after 2 days. I'm worried that I physically and mentally can never be able to work. Blisters are what turn into calluses. And that is how you actually develop the physicality to be able to do this type of thing. Like if you were to go out and work in construction or something, and you had to like work with tools, it's like you're gonna get blisters on your hand because your hands aren't used to using those tools. But then those blisters turn into calluses, and it doesn't hurt to use the tools anymore. Your body is literally toughening up. And so your body will toughen up if you continue to put that demand on it. If you want that energy to do what you need to do, you actually have to put the demand on your body. You can't get energy just by sitting around waiting for it. You actually have to increase the demand on your body so that your body increases the output. Also, never say never. Also, for some reason, I'm applying to school to be a pet nurse, but it pays super bad. Like, it's 3 years of education for the salary of an average grocery store employee, kinda bad. Having little money is also a fear of mine. You know, if you like working with animals, there are probably different career paths that you could follow that, first off, wouldn't require any extra education. And secondly, might actually have, like, upward trajectory within the career path. Like, if you're gonna go to school to work with animals and you want to be a pet nurse, it's like if you gotta go to school for 3 years, you might as well go to become, like, a vet tech, or even, like, work on becoming a veterinarian. You know what I mean? How do I stop fearing that my future will be bad just because my life now is horrible? Sometimes in life, we don't need to read between the lines, we just have to turn the page. Start a new chapter for yourself. You're moving out of one stage of your life and you're moving into the next stage. You're leveling up. You're growing. You're evolving. I've wasted years unemployed and I should have never quit. I'm so stupid. I hate myself. I don't know what to do. I'm freaking out. I can't even clean up after myself. I'm so tired and stressed. I don't know how to fix my life. It's so broken. I want it to be over. Sent with love and respect, me. Love and respect back to you. You know, I think a good place to start is right around you. Is there any trash you could pick up and throw away? Is there any clutter you could tidy up a little bit? Don't worry about cleaning the whole mess. Worry about cleaning the part of the mess that is within your reach. And then just continue to work. Take it at your own pace. Don't worry about everything you need to do, just worry about that next step. Sometimes anxiety thinks too far ahead. And we get locked in place because of all of these imaginary fears. All of these things that could go wrong. Well, I hate to break it to you, but there's a lot that could go wrong. But that doesn't mean that it will go wrong. Show yourself some kindness, show yourself some grace. You know, you're trying your best, and that's worth something. So most importantly, just don't give up. In time, you'll learn to recognize just how strong you really are, and just how far you can go. And so, we're here to cheer you on. So just keep going. So I finally stood up to my in-laws and their hostilities to us. It's something we've been dealing with for 12 years. We're expected to be at all of these family events and stuff and revolve around them. Yet, when there is also my side of the family that we've hardly seen my kids, or that I've hardly seen my kids, not to mention how they would nitpick us and how we raised our kids when we had things that happened in our life that weren't there, like they weren't there. But they were always expected to bend around them. Yesterday, I welcomed my father-in-law to our home thinking things were blown over past time. Well, it didn't go well. I never thought I would yell at my 60-something father-in-law, or 6-foot-something father-in-law, and tell him to leave my home. Honestly, good for you for standing up for yourself and putting up some boundaries. It's like, family is a feeling. Family is a feeling, and you know what it should feel like. And so if it doesn't feel like that with your family, find people who give you that feeling. That feeling of unconditional love and support, acceptance, encouragement, safety. If you wanted to be judged, you'd go on a talent show. If I wanted people to judge me, I would go on a talent show. On top of that, he was disrespecting his own daughter, is your wife. Hey, you know, you promised to love and protect her, and a part of that might mean protecting her from him. I still feel inside somewhere that I did wrong. That's because you have morals and you have a conscience. When in reality, the only thing that you did wrong was not standing up to him sooner, which honestly isn't really even doing anything wrong. Like, what else were you supposed to do? Just continue to enable that mistreatment? I don't think so. If anybody here should feel like they did something wrong, wouldn't it be them? He called the cops on you because your wife wrote a letter a few weeks back talking about taking her life? And that's how they responded? Like, hey, let's get the police involved. Ugh. Just public service announcement. If someone that you care about is talking about taking their own life, don't call the police. Call and ask for an ambulance. Literally any other first responder outside of a police officer. You know, an EMT, a firefighter, literally anyone that doesn't have a gun. Because you know what really ramps things up when a person is feeling suicidal? The cops showing up. And if you absolutely have no other choice, ask them if they have a CIT officer. There's a crisis intervention officer. They're not perfect, but they're at least supposed to be trained to like handle like mental crisis better than like an average police officer would. But seeing people show up with like tactical gear and guns and bulletproof vests, it's like, oh boy. That's only going to make things worse. Your mother-in-law passed in January this year, so it sounds like they're dealing with their own grief, which could explain part of the reason why they're so hostile. It doesn't excuse it, but it might help explain it. You know, you sound like a good person, and your wife is lucky to have you. I would say, you know, look at connecting back with your side of the family. I have a mix of a bad personality that includes a big ego that works well with my avoidant attachment style. This is almost paradoxical. Like, I'll push people away and take pride in the fact that they want me and I don't, and I get upset when I can't fix it. Then a bad temper that occurs after. I keep thinking it's okay because I'm self-aware enough to realize it's bad and I need to change it, but it's either I'm not changing it, or I'm changing at a pace that's slow enough where I'm not seeing progress. Alright, here's the thing. Most people change at a pace that is so slow that they don't see progress. But I feel like this is something that you do want to change because you mentioned changing. It wasn't something that I had to bring up or suggest to you. It sounds like this is something that you want to do. And also, part of what I'm seeing here is how you are coping with your avoidant attachment style. In reality, you probably want to have meaningful, healthy relationships with people, but it's difficult. And so that you find ways to rationalize and cope with that. And that's what a lot of people do. But it is within your power to change. It is within your power to change. So, do you want to talk about how we do that? You have to open up to the idea of letting people in. We push people away because we feel vulnerable. We can't let people get too close because we fear that they might have a dagger hidden behind their back. We can't bring them in close because they might, that's when they'll get us. Growing up, you probably were pretty intelligent, pretty smart, you figured things out easily. And that's probably where the big ego comes from. You probably had to be more adult than you needed to be early in life. And the people in life who you were supposed to feel connected to, the people in life who you were supposed to feel love with, it was complicated. Which would explain the avoidant attachment style and the combination with the big ego. We can have a perfectly fine life on our own, but it's a lot better if you have somebody to share it with. Friends, family, loved ones. There's a certain sense of joy that you get that's irreplaceable, and it's the joy that you get from seeing people that you care about be happy. And it's satisfying in a way that our own joy, our own happiness just can't really compare. You're in the process of opening up your heart so that you can let other people in. If you want to make space to let other people in, you got to make room for yourself within your heart and within your mind. It's okay to need to change. And it's actually a strength that you've recognized that this is something that I want to change. And so if you're not satisfied with the pace that you're changing at, step on the gas a little bit, challenge yourself, put yourself outside your comfort zone, tell somebody that you care about them, tell somebody that you love them, bring them in for a hug. If you want to increase the size of your comfort zone, you have to step outside of it. I don't know if I'm just delusional, but I get mad when I just want a friend, but it turns out they either probably have feelings for me or do like me, and I'll get mad because they've only been nice to me because they have a crush on me. I wouldn't say that this is delusional. I would say that it's normal to get frustrated or upset when you have expectations for how a relationship should go, and it goes against your expectations. When in reality, shouldn't it feel nice that people like you? Shouldn't it feel nice that people are interested in you? Why is it that we need to get mad and frustrated at the idea of people liking us? Is it because maybe we don't like ourselves very much? I'm not saying that's you, I'm just saying that's one possible explanation. Sometimes it can be frustrating and confusing when other people like us if we don't like ourselves very much. Or like, how could they possibly like me? Don't they know who I really am? I wonder if it has to do with feeling objectified. It could. That could also be an aspect of it. Getting to know people on an emotional level is hard. It is until it isn't. Just like learning how to juggle is hard until it isn't. Every skill is juggling. It's all juggling. I feel like it's okay to tell somebody, like, if they want to be in a relationship with you or they tell you they have a crush on you, it's like, it's okay to just try to still be friends. Like, we don't need to get mad at people because they like us. And I don't feel like they've only been nice to you just because they have a crush on you. They have been nice to you because they wanted to be nice to you. And they wanted you to like them too. That's part of the reason why we're nice at all. Alright, we gotta keep cruising. We got a lot of questions today. Let's do it. I was in a 9-year-long relationship. We went to prom together. We were each other's first kiss. We were saving ourselves for when we married. She was wonderful. I was great to her. We got along amazing. She left me 3 days ago. I have no idea what to do. I haven't slept in 2 days. I've ran 42 miles in the rain over the course of 3 days. I don't feel anything right now. I'm just numb right now. I have no idea how to process this. So I'm just running and punching the punching bag. I haven't cried yet. I'm not going to give that up. But I don't know how to manage this emotion. I just need some help to understand this and process it. It's a big emotion that you're dealing with. You're dealing with a really large and complicated emotion, and that takes a long time to process. So just give yourself some grace and allow yourself the time you need to figure it out. You don't need to demand yourself to figure it out so soon, especially when it's so fresh. It's just a few days ago. It's okay to be kind to yourself in this time as well. It's okay to go out and do stuff that you want to do just because it's stuff that you feel like you'll enjoy it or you'll have fun. We have a saying around these parts. You've got to feel it to heal it. These feelings, these emotions, they won't kill you. They might hurt really badly. But if you want to process them, you have to allow yourself to feel them. So if you need to just sit down and cry, allow yourself to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. You might actually find it to be a tremendous release. Just bawl your eyes out. I'm sorry that you're going through this right now. It's definitely not easy, but it will get easier. This doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you. This doesn't mean that, this is something that happens a lot in relationships that start really young. When relationships start young, and when I say young, I mean like you met in high school, there's always that question in the back of the person's mind. What if? Like when you go all in a relationship so early, you're always going to have that lingering question of what if things were different? What if this isn't the right choice? And sometimes people just can't live with that feeling and they have to just walk away and try something different. And so there might not have been, like, realistically anything wrong with the relationship, except for that lingering feeling of, is this the right choice? Especially when you've never been with anybody else. So it's hard to say, maybe after some time apart, there might be some realizations, maybe things could be worked out, maybe you could find your way back into each other's life. But having a little bit of space, it could give you both some room to figure things out. This wouldn't be the first case of somebody leaving an otherwise healthy and successful relationship just because they were left with that feeling of like, is this the right choice? I haven't been with anybody else, so I don't know what a relationship with anybody else would be like. And so sometimes people have to break up so that they can go and be with somebody else and then realize, oh, I actually had a good thing going with that other relationship. Sometimes in life you have to be in a bad relationship just to really properly value a good relationship. Let me just say, it's okay to cry, brother. There's no shame in that. Just let it all out. If you gotta scream, if you gotta punch the bag, if you gotta run, do what you gotta do. Just don't run from those feelings. Just let them in. Otherwise, you're gonna be running from them forever. You're not good at letting people back in your life after you decided to let them go, I fear. Why do you think that is? And what do you want to do about it? Sometimes we need to distance ourselves from people so that they have room to grow and that we have room to grow. If we believe that we can grow and change, then we want to believe that for other people too. And so there's no harm in reconnecting and just seeing, is this person the same as they were, or have they changed? I get burned every time. Give me a number. Give me a number. How many times do you think? How many times has this happened? Questioner, if you were here right now, I would give you a big, fat man hug. We would hug it out, brother. Real men cry. Because real men aren't afraid of feeling their emotions. This whole notion that men have to be like emotionless robots and they aren't allowed to feel things or cry is honestly just... It's honestly just... Like, you are a human being with emotions. Allow yourself to feel them. Don't run from them. Don't be afraid of them. Your husband is very masculine and he cries. The most masculine men allow themselves to cry. It was... I'll tell you the exact point in my life where I had that realization. The point in my life where I had that realization, it was when... what was his name? It was in 1999. The year was 1999. The year was 1999. And Owen Hart, a wrestler, fell to his death. And they interviewed a bunch of other wrestlers to talk about it. And it was just some of like the biggest, strongest, manly men you would ever see. And they were crying. And that was when it clicked for me. I'm like, it's okay to cry if you're a guy. Some people see themselves as less if they cry. Do you see how that doesn't make sense? Do you see the flaw in that thinking? Like, how is restricting part of your emotional experience making you less? Isn't it making you less if you're cutting yourself off from your own emotions? Crying is great. It feels good after because it releases stress hormones. It's true. Like, the act of crying actually releases hormones in your brain that actually give you a sense of, like, relief. It's true. It's true. Have you ever read Robert Greene? And if you do you have any opinions on his worldview? I'm gonna have to familiarize myself because I haven't. I'm gonna be completely honest. Most of the reading I do is science fiction. I'm gonna be completely honest. Most of my reading is sci-fi. Oh. Oh. This is the guy who wrote the 48 Laws of Power. This is the guy who wrote the 48 Laws of Power, which is honestly just like such a terrible book. You never heard of this guy? He wrote a book called The 48 Laws of Power, and he was inspired by Julius Caesar, who was stabbed by his best friend, by the way. Let me just show you what the 48 Laws of Power are, and you'll understand why this book is so toxic. What are the 48 laws? Here they are. They're just really bad. Don't trust friends. Use enemies. Mask your intentions. Always say less than necessary. Honestly, the 48 Laws of Power are basically just like, don't trust anyone, only trust yourself, don't make friends, don't tell people how you really feel about them. It's just like, it's so toxic. It's really toxic. Create a cult-like following. There are some, like, I will admit that some of these are good, but some of these are just, like, they really tie into, like, toxic, masculine, or, like, patriarchal values. Let others work and take the credit. Like, so many of these are just, like, be a total fucking skis. Just be an absolute scumbag. Feign honesty and generosity. So many of these are literally just like how to be a fucking absolute piece of shit. Some of these are okay though. Like, some of these make sense and some of these are reasonable and some of these are like acceptable, but some of these are just like Patrick Bateman type thoughts. Just like exploit people, take advantage of people. It's just like, don't you realize that it's these types of worldviews that have gotten us where we are today? Don't you realize that it's some of these exact values and virtues that are why the world is so fucked up right now? You're gonna need a shower after this? Yeah, me too. Yeah, this is why I'm not a fan of this guy's writing, because it's like, is he wrong about some of these things? No. But basically, this is just a guide on how to manipulate and exploit people, and this isn't contributing to us actually building a better world. This is just how do you take advantage of people. And guess what? That's not what life is all about. Because if life was all about just taking advantage of people, we would kill ourselves. Our species would die. We have to look out for each other. We have to help those that are weaker than us. We have to work to build a better world. We have to have compassion and understanding and kindness. Otherwise, we are fucked. Otherwise, we're just going to blow ourselves up. Appeal to selfishness, not virtue. Like, just read some of these. Like, these are fucked up. Feign honesty and generosity. Like, what's wrong with being honest and generous? Like, how are you going to tell people that's a bad thing? Or that you have to fake it? You know who... this makes me think of people like Kenneth Copeland. Like this fucking guy. Like, I bet this guy read that book. Like, Mega Pastor. Like, I feel like this is the guidebook on how to become a mega pastor. Just how to exploit people at any cost. So yeah, this is why I'm not really a fan. So no, I am familiar with Robert Greene. I had to remind myself, but yeah, it's the guy who wrote the 48 Laws of Power. And so yeah, my opinion on his worldview is that it's that type of worldview that has made the world as shitty as it is. It's like clearly just living life in like an exploitative way, taking advantage of others, not helping people, has gotten us where we are. And things are only going to get worse if we don't change things. I just feel like it's lazy. It's lazy to just tell people things like, hey, fuck other people, take advantage of them, take what you want, life is short. You know, people are sheep, exploit them. It's like... it's just a very short-sighted worldview. It's like, where does this take us as a species? As a species, that worldview absolutely fucks us. That's gonna lead to fascism. It's the same kind of shit that, like, Andrew Tate will popularize. It's that kind of worldview. It's just like, is he right about some things? Sure. Is he really wrong about other things? Absolutely. A broken clock is right twice a day. You've seen where individualism has gotten us. You've seen where individualism has gotten us. Shitty healthcare system, shitty mental health care system, shitty job market. But no, the problem is we just need to be more individualistic. It's good to be unique, but we need to have unity. Absolutely. That's why all of the crayons, no matter what color they are, they all go in the same box. Update. I messaged the 22-year-old lover boy and asked if we could just be friends because I'm too old for him. I don't know how he's going to respond, but I feel better letting him know than beat around the bush. Thanks for the advice, Papa. You're welcome. You're welcome. Look at you. Way to go. You did it. You did it. You just make your boundary clear. You know, just let him know. It's like, Like, you don't have to be mean, you don't have to be angry. It's like, you can let him know, like, hey, I still, like, I'm okay with being friends with you. There's nothing wrong with that. And if he respects that, good. If he responds negatively, that's on him, you know? If he sees this as some sort of, like, he's being rejected, and it's like, to be completely honest, he might take it that way. Because sometimes people just do. We have rejection sensitivity. He says not to snake people. Is that why he has a big fucking snake tattooed on his body? Is that why his Twitter handle is Cobra? How does he think about women? What are his views on women? Like, how do you feel about his sex trafficking? Again, broken clock can be right twice a day. I'm just not a fan of men who promote themselves as like self-help guru type people, and they do that by saying nobody gives a shit about you, nobody cares about how you feel. Like, no, all that says is that you don't give a shit and that you don't care how people feel, but we are working on changing that. But that's how a lot of people really get them into their grift is, you know, they actually offer you some tangible, solid life advice, and then they sell you on their more, like, twisted, fucked up worldview. That's how they get you in. Well, that's the world, and don't you think we could change it? Or are we just powerless? Update 2, he accepted my position and doesn't seem too upset. I'm just glad this is over with for now. Thanks again, Papa, in chat. Proud of you. Proud of you. Let's fucking go. Play the party horn. Great news. No, but the thing is, if you make yourself as important and strong, good-hearted, and God-fearing as possible, the world will be a better place. I'll give you most of those, but I do want to add that a lot of traditional God-fearing values are very patriarchal. They're historically anti-woman. They're anti-gay. And so you have to consider, you know, are these worldviews that we've been carrying for thousands of years, are they really it? You know, are these really what we want to carry on into the future? Or is there a better way? Just because something's been important for a long time doesn't mean that it needs to be important forever. I feel like a lot of people these days, they don't worship Jesus, they worship the cross they hung him on. Hi, Papa. First, I want to say thank you for the advice you've given in the past. Hey, you're welcome. I've written about my mom in the past. She can be quite the narcissist. My therapist has suspected BPD. She would never seek treatment, and generally has never done well with any form of criticism or sharing you've been hurt by her words or actions. Yeah, a lot of just avoidance of accountability. Anyways, milder spoilers ahead for anyone watching The Bear that I was quite triggered by. I got to a scene where Sugar starts to explain why she didn't want her abusive mom around, who has similar behaviors and traits to my mom. I was baffled that her mom didn't fully explode on her and go the victim route when her daughter opened up to her. There's someone named Sugar with an abusive mom in that show. It's me. Oh! You feel seen. You feel heard. Honestly. The way that like family conflict will work in TV is just so different sometimes from how it works in real life, because like in TV you're like motivated for there to be character growth, but sometimes in real life there just isn't that character growth that you're looking for. I relate to what she said to her mom, how she would feel alone, asks everyone around her if they are okay, and feeling like everyone is secretly mad at her. Learned from having to constantly monitor her expression and emotions, and will always put her mother first and how actually fucked up that was, preferring to be in pain for the sake of your parent. But what I could not relate to was how well her mother took all that, fully in stride, and said she was trying to no longer bring her baggage around with her. I get so angry at shows that wrap up these moments in a bow, when in reality I've yet to see a parent like this own up to the hurt that they've caused their now adult children. Hey, it does happen. It does happen. But sometimes it takes a lot of time. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes people don't have that realization. The way that I describe this feeling, that moment of realization, I describe it as this type of feeling. You may have noticed this feeling at some point in your life, and the easiest way I can describe it is this. Oh my God, what have I done? Just that deep, sinking feeling at the pit of your stomach. Oh my God, what have I done? Some people don't have that until they're on their deathbed. Some people have it sooner, and they're able to actually course correct and actually start working on themselves. But yeah, TV shows have a bad habit of like really neatly wrapping these things up and be like, whoa, yeah, I've never thought of it that way. Oh my God, child that I've been abusing. Now that you've actually explained it to me, I get it. It's like, no, that never happens. I've seen it happen. It actually does happen, but it's incredibly rare. I spoke to my mom last December and wrote in about it after 3 to 4 years of being no contact. And my mom continued to explode when I explained why I've continued to distance myself from her based on her recent behaviors. She took zero accountability for her actions and said that I can't do anything when I refused to be in the conversation with her anymore. You can't do anything. That's just a code. That's just a code for you can't take my abuse. You can't handle my abuse. When people grow up in abusive households, maybe they're not physically abusive, maybe they're more emotionally distant or neglectful. You know, abuse takes many shapes and forms. But a lot of people have this very complicated idea of what love should be, and love is so closely entangled with pain for them that they can't separate the two. For them, love is supposed to hurt. Just remember that when a person is talking like this to you, they're not actually talking about you, they're talking about themselves. When this person says to you that you can't do anything, they are basically confessing that they are incapable of doing anything. Because they don't actually know you. They haven't spoken to you in years. They don't know you. They know fuck all about you. The only person that they know is the person that they've been stuck with this whole time, which is their bitter ass. She wanted a conversation that completely ignored everything that happened, everything she said, and to move on as if nothing ever occurred. Because that's how she copes with her own negative behaviors, is she just keeps living, she just moves on from it. I was like, really? Is it that fucking hard to apologize? It really isn't. It really isn't that hard to apologize. But the thing is when you're dealing with somebody who is a narcissist, they can't apologize because then their house of cards crumbles. If they admit the slightest flaw, the slightest fault in their character, they have to admit to everything that they've done wrong, and it just comes collapsing down. They're so insecure and so fragile that to accept the slightest amount of accountability would crush them. Paper tiger. When I brought up her last text calling me a bitch, she tried to backpedal that too. This is also shortly after going through a lot of boxes in storage, finding pictures of my mom. I guess I am grieving the mom I continue to not have, and I'll always wonder if I am in the wrong. Why? Why would you be in the wrong? I can't think of a valid reason. I can't think of a good reason. You could be the president of the United fucking States. You could be an astronaut. You could be the Surgeon General, and it still wouldn't be enough. You could donate millions of dollars to blind children, And it still wouldn't be enough. But she's taught you to accept blame, which is actually kind of ironic. She's taught you to accept blame, which is the only thing that she's incapable of doing. Isn't that actually kind of fascinating? That she's been able to teach you the one thing that she can't do. Huh. My favorite question to ask this type of person when they try to put you down is this. How are you trying to make me feel right now? When they're trying to put you down, they're trying to make you feel bad, they're trying to make you feel insecure, they're trying to upset you, don't give them what they want. Instead, ask them what they want. What is their goal here? What are they trying to do? Make them own that shit. They're trying to serve you up a shit sandwich, and I want you to say, what is this? What are you trying to feed me right now? Here's an example. I went back to school during COVID, got my whole school paid for by the state, and now I'm in law at a great firm. My narc brothers still called me up to tell me how much of a loser I was. Well, it's like you do realize that he, like, forget that he's your brother for a second. Just pretend that this is some random person you ran into on the street. Some random person. And they say, hey, you're a loser. It's like, do you take their words seriously? It's like, no, they don't fucking know you. So who are they to judge you? It's like, I would bet, and I'm not a gambling man. I hate to gamble. I hate to bet. But I would bet that your brother wouldn't be able to look himself in the eye in the mirror for more than 2 seconds. I bet he would be struggling to do it for more than 10. Because that's the common thing with this type of person, is like they can't even look themselves in the fucking eye. Because deep down, they are very insecure. And they have to make other people feel bad about themselves so that they have the chance of feeling good about who they are. Because deep down, they hate themselves more than anybody else ever could. He refuses to get help because it's everyone else that is the problem. There's a saying that fits in to what you're saying here. If during your day you encounter an asshole, then it's safe to say that that person was probably an asshole. But if during your day all you meet are assholes, then it's probably you that's the asshole. I don't know why, but I'm like, wait, what the fuck? I need to look myself in the eyes in the mirror, and I counted to 10. And you did it. Then you should feel good about your ability to do it, because a lot of people struggle with doing that. It's my favorite way of like calling out a narcissist or something. It's just like, I bet you couldn't look yourself in the fucking eye, you fucking coward. Because a lot of them can't. That's why they go around making other people feel bad about themselves, is because they feel terrible about who they are. And they need to put other people down so that they can feel better about themselves. It's like, no, you fucking dumbass, why don't you lift yourself up? Instead of pushing other people down. It's kind of like when a person is drowning and you go in and you try to save them from drowning. And in that moment of panic, they push down on you and they push you under the water so that they can stay up. It's kind of like that. Dealing with narcissists. They are gasping for air, and if you go in and try to help them, it's going to be you who has to, go under the water to be able to keep them afloat. When you hung up on him yelling at me, he texted me how much of a piece of shit I am, clockwork, to my mom. I would just hit him with, if he wants to act like a child, then I would just treat him like a child, and I would say, and this is just me being petty, I would say, I know you are, but what am I? If he wants to play childish, we'll be childish, I have a tendency to feel like I can only move on from a situation once I know the other person involved is not mad at me. Even when I know that removing their influence from my life would make me happier, I still feel the need for their approval. I understand that these people may have hurt me, and I know that holding on to their negative feelings is not healthy for me. However, I feel like there's unresolved tension if someone I once cared about harbors negative feelings towards me. I feel embarrassed by the mistakes I made in one of my past relationships, and it's affecting my confidence in cultivating new healthy relationships. I realize that the previous relationship had its own issues that made it difficult for me to fully commit and be my best self. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself? You think? You think? I would say yes, because most of us are. I haven't met many people that aren't, well, I have met them. I have met some that aren't hard enough on themselves, but generally speaking, most people are too hard on themselves. I'm not sure why I feel like I need a perfect ending to be able to move on without feeling ashamed. Alright, here's the thing. Here's the thing about guilt, shame, embarrassment. We feel these feelings because they are trying to motivate us to learn something and to grow. We feel guilt, shame, embarrassment because we are growing. We are learning from our mistakes. If we made a mistake but didn't feel those feelings about it, we would just continue to make that mistake. As long as you were able to learn and grow from those mistakes, there's no need to be embarrassed by them. Because you're not the person who is still making those mistakes. So we need those feelings because they are what motivate us to grow. But we don't need them forever once we do grow. Alright, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We can't control how other people feel about us. You could do everything right with someone. You could do everything right. You can be kind, patient, giving, understanding, empathetic, everything that you would want, everything that you would need to be a good and kind person to someone else, and they can still resent you for it. They might think, because they're projecting their own insecurities onto you, and they say, oh, look at them, they think they're so much better than me. Well, don't they just think they're perfect? You can do everything right and they can still indict you. That's absolutely true.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And so one of the things that we need to learn how to do in life is be okay if people don't like us, because we can't control how they feel about us. You could do everything right by this person and they could still find a reason due to their own experiences, their own insecurities, whatever it may be, to not like you. Like, oh, don't they just think they're so great? Oh, look at them being friendly and giving and compassionate. Oh, they just think they're so much better than me, don't they? What matters more is, do you like you? We use other people as a mirror. We rely on the people that we work with, that we live with, that we communicate with, to be a mirror for us. We determine our sense of self based on how other people view us. And some people might not like us. And that's okay. Like, the thing I think about is we had a troll in chat a few months ago, and he would come in here and he would say things to me like, you deserve hate. And I would ask him, I'm like, why? Give me a valid reason. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. I'm just going to ask you why. And then instead of answering my question, because they never can answer that question, they never actually have a valid reason. He just started getting into fights with other chatters. I'm like, no, don't talk to them. Talk to me. We're talking. Like, I'm talking to you. Don't get sidetracked. Talk to me. Who knows? Maybe there's still hate watching today. If so, I hope you're doing well. In reality, in time, people will forget about the things that we've said to them, the things that we've done. So sometimes, just giving people space to live their own life and to focus on other things, it's, all you can do. Like, that tension will, in time, fade. I never forget, good memory is a pillar of pettiness. I feel like this is a flaw within the human operating system. Monkey OS. I feel like this is a flaw. I need to remember everything. It's like, no, you don't. Like, what did you have for breakfast 3 months ago? Like, what did you do that day? Without flipping back through a journal, without looking at your notes. In truth, you will forget far more things than you will ever remember. Sometimes forgetting things is a blessing. And sometimes we need to allow ourselves to do it. So that we can move on, so that we can heal, so that we can stop picking at old wounds, and so that those wounds can actually scab over and actually start to heal. But as long as we keep picking at them, we're going to keep bleeding. I have to trust that I'll remember the important things, as if you could ever forget them. So I can bring it up 4 months later to deflect from my losing argument. Sometimes the only way to win an argument is to not participate in it. Sometimes the best thing to do is just not open old wounds. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. Remember when I called you straight? I mean, can you blame me? You're a woman who's in a relationship with a man. What else was I supposed to say? That's what I was taught. That's what the world taught me. By erasure? Yeah, but I never knew. I was just making a comment based on the context that I knew. You know, I didn't have all the information. There's a store nearby that's called Big Lots, and a while back they were fixing their sign and they took the BI off of the sign so it just said G Lots. And I couldn't help but, you know, be like, they're taking this by erasure too far. I'm so stressed about money, I feel like I want to die just thinking about money. Here's a tip. What would you rather be thinking about instead? The mind is very susceptible to distraction, so if you find yourself stressing about something in particular, a valid strategy is to find something else to think about in that moment of panic. If you're stressed about money, there is a concrete, tangible way that you can address that problem, and there's only so much thinking you can do about it. Like, this is one of the things that anxiety likes to do, is it likes to catch you off guard. Like, maybe it'll wait maybe it'll wait to catch you at a moment where you're distracted or you're vulnerable. Like you're laying in bed trying to get comfy, trying to go to sleep, and then anxiety is like, hey, don't forget about capitalism. Don't forget that you need money to survive in this system. Anxiety likes to walk in when we let our guard down. And so one of the things that it's important to practice is when you find yourself dwelling on this type of thing, just ask yourself, is there anything I can do about this right now? Is there anything I can actually do about this right now? Like, if not, it's okay to worry about it at the right time and right place. Worry never robs tomorrow of its sorrow, it only saps today of its strength. This is GNG. Hi, GNG. Everybody say hi. After my last trip to my mom's, I think I don't love her. I'm gonna stop you right there. Loving somebody doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you like this person. You can love somebody from a distance. You can love a tiger, but you don't have to climb into the cage with the tiger. Like you can love a spider, but you don't have to let it bite you. One of the things that we do is we equate loving with liking. But in reality, these are two distinct things. Sometimes in our life, we might not like where we are, we might not like who we are, we might not like our behaviors, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't love ourselves. Loving yourself means that you are going to do what you need to do, ask yourself the hard questions, make the changes you need to make. You are committed to growth. You want to see yourself do well in spite of the current circumstances. Like, I think about my dad. Like, I haven't talked to my dad since I was a teenager. But I still love him. There's a lot that I don't like about him. I wouldn't say I don't love him. Because loving and liking has nothing to do with each other. But I'm not going to say you're not valid to feel the way that you feel. And I feel like sometimes, maybe with time and with distance, you might change your view. I'm certainly not religious, but I was raised to love my parents because of those Bible quotes. I feel like I should feel bad, but instead I feel a little, if not a lot, relieved. I don't even know if I like her. She never takes into consideration my feelings and assumes I love doing what she loves. When I'm with her, I feel like a shadow of myself because to be myself would upset her. Girl, why would you like her? What about her do you like? I don't know. She's friends with literal Zionists. Oh. Oh. I can't wait to have a baby so I can be nice to it. Practice being nice to yourself first. That's a good start. When you lose love in your heart, it takes a subconscious toll. I agree. I agree. I'm great to me. Do you believe that you are worthy of loving connections and friendships and relationships? Do you believe that you are worthy of respect and care? Allah is a cat. Oh yeah, I'll show a picture. I'll show a picture in a minute. I'll show a picture in a minute. I feel like some parents rely on the fact that you're supposed to like them, and they don't actually do anything to actually make you like them. They're like, oh, you're not supposed to like me. This isn't anything about liking me. You know, there's a scene that I've seen. It's a scene from a movie, and I've seen it popping up on like social media and stuff. It's this scene of like Denzel Washington talking to his son, and he's just like, "Why do you think I go to work? Why do you think like you have a roof over your head? You got food? You got clothes on your back? This has nothing to do with me liking you." It's like, ugh, oh boy, oh boy. I would like to have a boxer as a son, and I was when I was young. Yeah, it's normally pretty important to teach our kids stuff that was important to us. But here's the thing, sometimes you have a kid and you want to teach them stuff that you like or stuff that you're interested in, but they just don't really, they're just not really into it. It's just not really their thing. And that's okay too. We should like our children whether or not they like the stuff that we like. Like, how would you feel if you had a son and he was into fashion and makeup? These feelings only came up because my mom remarked on how she questioned whether or not she loves her extremely narcissistic sister, worse than my mom by far, and how unburdened she felt when admitting it. Oh my god, I feel like your mom, she's just like, how is she so close, but like, she's so close, but like, how does she just completely miss the point? She's so close, but so far. I couldn't help but stop and reflect on the same question, but targeted at my mom. Part of me feels ungrateful for thinking this, but another part knows I shouldn't. Well, which one of those parts of you do you want to listen to? You can pick one. You know, which one of those dogs do you want to feed? It's a saying that comes from recovery. Like, every day you gotta pick, you know, which dog are you gonna feed that day? From choosing her career over stability, having us move over 25 times throughout my entire childhood. How do you even manage that? 25 times? Like, how? Can't grow roots like that? Exactly. Exactly. From having us move over 25 times throughout my childhood to making me her personal therapist from a young age, I just lack any remorse for her actions. And you shouldn't have. Like, her actions are her choice. It's like, if she wanted a healthy, happy relationship with you, it's pretty clear what she would need to do to make that happen. Like, there are some choices that she could make that would help that happen. You're like a potted house plant. Well, you're in the garden now. You're in the garden now. Let those roots grow. You're not in the pot anymore. So dig deep. And she won't admit how her actions affected my brother and I. She just has two crazy kids because of my dad. Oh, so it's still his fault. All the mental issues have come from his side of the family, according to her. So where does she think her sister got hers from? I'm sorry, but the lack of self-awareness here is baffling. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. The complete and utter lack of self-awareness. You know, honestly, I feel like if there is a path forward with your mom, it would be talking to her about her relationship with her mom. And then maybe she'll be able to pick up on some of the patterns. Maybe then she'll be able to actually start to see how she's learned some things from her relationship with her mother, from how she was raised, and how it carries over to your relationship with her. But honestly, you're valid one way or the other if you want to do that or not. You know, that's up to you. It's weird because I know she has problems and I should love her regardless, but a lot of her decisions hurt me. And am I just struggling to process childhood trauma, or am I processing it and this is the result? It's not that I hate her, I just don't feel anything at all. It's okay to love her from a distance. It's okay to love her from a distance. It's okay to want to see her do well and to grow and to heal and to change her ways, but you don't have to sit back and allow her to mistreat you while that happens. Don't leave any room for hate in your heart. She blames her mother for guilting her into having kids. Oh. Well, congratulations on being a force of change in breaking the cycle of generational trauma. Everybody, give yourself a pat on the back. Give yourself a pat on the back for being a agent of change, for working to break the cycle of generational trauma. Give yourself a round of applause. Everybody, you've been doing great. Give yourselves a hand. It's okay to love people from a distance. You know? You could admire the tiger from outside of the cage. You don't have to get in there. But if not friend, why friend-shaped? Good question. So... My eyes are so itchy and red, they're gonna think I've been smoking at work. Yeah, probably. They're gonna think you've been lighting up. Hey, GNG, thank you for gifting that sub to Fennec Bard. Let's go. Good shit. Good shit. Now's a great time to remind you that I'm able to bring this content to you through your support. It's through the support of viewers like you that we're able to make this happen. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who supports this stream, whether you're just a viewer or a chatter, especially if you're a subscriber. So thank you. Thank you all. I couldn't do this without each and every one of you. So thank you. Thank you. You look for good in everything. See, I agree with that. I feel like we should try to learn something from everyone we meet, whether or not we agree with everything they have to say, whether or not they are a good person by our moral standards. You know what I mean? Like, I try to learn something from everybody I meet, from everybody I encounter. You can learn a little bit more about the world, learn a little bit more about yourself, even if it's people you disagree with. I would say, though, just as a recommendation, like, if you're a fan of, like, Andrew Tate's style of like motivation and self-help, I would recommend checking out David Goggins. He has a lot of like useful advice, and he's also like a certified badass, like Navy SEAL, ultra marathon runner, just like. You read all his books? Nice. Nice. Like, honestly, I feel like we are in... Sugar, by the way, thank you for those 200 bits. Oh yeah, by the way, we started off on a hype train. Let's fucking go. We're hyping. Let's fucking go. Hold on, let me get the hype train going. We need the hype train to leave the station. It's shill o'clock. Get in here. If you're thinking about subscribing, or if you need a sub, feel free to bring yourself out here and let everybody know. Hold on, I'm getting it. I'm moving a little slow today. Here we go. We're on a hype train. I feel like absolute shit. You're in the right place. Let's talk about it. Get that hype up. We're on a hype train. The hype train boosts us within the Twitch algorithm, so it makes it more likely that people will see the stream and click in. Let's fucking go! Oh my god, I'm lagging. Hello! X Ashley with the 10 gifted subs. Let's go! You just got a job offer? Hell yeah, congratulations. Thank you so much for the support. We're at a level 4 hype train. Let's go. When you say therapy, do we just post our shit here and you talk to us about it? We could do that. We also have an anonymous question box. Exclamation Q, you can leave a question in the drop box. We're on a hype train right now though, so we're on a little bit of a break from like... We're taking a hype break for the duration of the hype train. Thanks again, Heterophone, for the gifted sub. Level 4 hype train. Let's go. But yeah, we take questions from the chat, we take questions from the box. Let me see your moves. Show me those dance moves. We got a minute 30 left on that hype train, so if you are thinking about hopping on, now's the time. Or if you're looking for a gifted sub, you just might get lucky. You just might get lucky. So get in there. The pork tree's back. The return of the king. I'm gonna eat a cheese poof. Alright, it's 30 seconds before the hype train leaves the station. Xavier, thank you for that gifted sub to the pork tree! Doesn't matter if I fill in a few paragraphs in the form. Make it as long as you like. As long as you like. Anonymous, thank you for giving that sub to Gary Snailed. And Fennec Bard, thank you for the 50 bits. Alright, so while the hype train is officially concluded, we're still gonna listen to the rest of the song. So we're gonna party for just another couple minutes here. Huh? Oh no! That poor boy. Is a song from the Looney Tunes basketball movie? This is Get Ready for This by This is Get Ready for This. And it is from the Space Jam. It is from the Space Jam. There's just like, there's a soft spot in my heart for this type of music. They call them jock jams. So sometimes if I need to like gas myself up, it's jock jams. Do I need to make new sub badges? Hold on, let me check. I need to check something. Where did they put them? They moved them. They moved them. Alright. Alright. Put these cats on pause. Thank you all so much for the support. I love you. Mwah. Where did they put it? Where did they put it? ourselves back down. Let's shift gears. We'll shift back. We'll shift back into therapy mode. Shift back into therapy mode. A lot of questions today. I gotta say, I love it. I love it. A day with a lot of questions is a good day for me, because I feel, it makes me feel useful. It makes me feel like this is my way of contributing to helping the world be a better place. Trying to find where they put the sub badge thing on the Twitch options, or like the Twitch settings. They're not easy to find. You have to like dig around through the settings in your, oh, I found it, I think. Did I find it? I'm like digging through my options here. I'm like, where do they put this? I'm like, it's not in viewer rewards. It's not anywhere in here. It's none of these things. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look around. It might be. Hold on. Every time I want to look up the sub badge stuff within the Twitch options, I literally have to Google where the fuck is it. I have to go on Google and be like, it's under monetization and then subscriptions. I was in the wrong section altogether. You gotta go to monetizations and then subscriptions. Okay, there it is. I found it. Subscriber badges. It'll let me add them all the way up to 6 years. Oh, I need to make some new badges. I've got them all the way up to 4 years. So I need to make 1, 2, 3, 4 more. I need to make 4 more badges. Oh, I forgot. This is so annoying. You have to upload 3 versions of it too. You have to make 3 different sizes of it. And I don't know why. You used to have to do that with emotes too. You had to make 3 different sizes of the emote. You don't have to do that anymore. It automatically resizes it. Why don't they do that with sub badges too? Why do I have to make 3 different files? And then I have to do that 4 times. I have to make 12 different files. All right, if we get through these, let's get through these questions, and then maybe I'll make some new sub badges. We'll do that today. I'll make some new sub badges since I've been needing to do that. Wild how it isn't automated. And see, that's the thing. It is automated for emotes. When you uploaded an emote to Twitch, you used to have to upload 3 different sizes of it. But then they added a feature where it does it automatically. And I'm like, oh, thank God, because like it just makes sense. But then you still have to do it for the subscriber badges for some reason, and I don't know why. I don't know why. You had to show your coworker your cat. Yeah, let's show him your cat real quick. Let's look at that cat. He's very handsome. Look at this. Look at this boy. This is a cutie. Look at this kitty. Oh. I just love a good cat. Here's Beaver. Here's my boy. Isn't he handsome? God, he's getting so big. Look at this sassy face. Look at this. Look at that look. Just look at that look. He's like, oh, you're letting me in. He's like, oh, I'm your cat now. It's the cat distribution system. It's working as intended. Can you imagine having 2 orange cats? It's a lot of orange to deal with. I kind of want another orange cat, though, if I'm being honest. Like, look at this one. He's so floofy. Oh. All right. Let's get back to the questions. Get back to the questions. Bum, 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 bum. I'm still debating whether I should get a cat or a dog. I would say cats are less needy. Cats are more independent. You can leave them at home all day and they'll take care of themselves. But dogs, it's like, you don't want to leave them alone too often. They're needy little guys. I have 2 cats now, and honestly, I would go back to dog. Why not dog too? Give those cats somebody to bully. If you have 2 cats and a dog, they're just gonna bully the dog. The dog is just gonna... They're just gonna boss him around. Hi, Papa. I'd like to get your opinion on something I've been thinking about recently. My oldest friendship, what I see in her are my shortcomings. I mostly see my betrayals and lack of communication. I've ghosted her a bunch in the past, and not because I maliciously wanted to. Sometimes I've been busy, which I know is understandable. But a lot of times it's because I find her incredibly clingy. It's gotten better since her middle school days, since she's been going through therapy, and she acknowledges that she's been clingy. I feel like a big reason is because she was adopted, and her adopted family wasn't all that nice to her growing up. Ah, yeah, that would explain it. That's a pretty easy way to understand it. It's like the way that we receive love growing up sets the tempo for how we receive love when we are grown. That being said, it is within our power to change. Sometimes there's, we learn things, and sometimes we have to unlearn things. But also, since I've been depressed, sometimes I just have episodes when I don't want to talk to people, and it's exhausting to explain to people that I don't have the energy to mingle. But now, all I see when I talk to her is the amount of times I've ghosted her, my lack of communication when I do ghost her. It's gotten better-ish since I tell her when I need space. I can be impatient with her. She sees me as her trauma dump friend, and my lack of confidence to say that I'm too tired to listen. Let me just say, before I continue, since you have acknowledged already that you've been feeling depressed, this is one of the ways that depression will manifest. It will make you fixate on the negatives. The negatives about ourselves, the negatives about our relationships. It's one of the things that depression does. Have you ever seen The Lord of the Rings? Have you ever seen The Lord of the Rings? The reason why I ask is because there's a really good analogy for depression in that movie. And it's this guy right here. Have you ever seen Lord of the Rings? And you just see what Wormtongue does to King Theoden. He just becomes this decrepit old man. And then they hand him his sword again, and then he's back to normal. So sometimes you just have to find your sword again and tell depression to fuck off, because this is kind of what depression is. It is the voice in your ear that is telling you, you're not a good friend. You don't need to have these people around. You should be by yourself. You should be alone. You should be miserable, and you deserve to feel miserable. This is depression. So I just find this a really good example of what depression does to a person. Is it just kind of makes you a shell of yourself, and it's the voice that's whispering in your ear that's telling you you're not good enough, you deserve to be alone, and you have to really start challenging that voice, because it's sneaky and it's insidious. So we need a man to come fix this? Yep, and he's me. What are you gonna do about it? One of the things that you really need to do when you are working through depression is you need to become more aware of the way that depression will try to deceive you or fixate on the negative, because that's what it does. So I would say this, before you make any sort of major decisions about your friendship and your relationship, just remember that you're looking at it through a lens of depression. And depression is going to tell you, distance yourself. Depression is gonna have you push away the people that are closest to you. She's considerate and always asks if I have things that bother me, but her trauma is really deep and I don't really have anything in my life that is bothering me, so I don't really respond. I feel like, with these types of relationships and these types of friendships, it's like you can help to lift each other up. Like, if she's asking and she wants to know, it's like, it's okay to communicate that. Though I do value this friendship, I just feel sometimes that I've outgrown this friendship that someone is desperately trying to hold on to. I guess it also doesn't help that we don't have that much in common anymore, but it feels forced from my side. It feels unbalanced and I can't put a finger onto why. I would love to be there for her, but I can't help always needing very long breaks from her. Maybe it's because I feel pressured to be the friend I think she needs, someone who can be there for her 100%. Being there for somebody 100% doesn't mean that you have to be there for them 100% of the time. You just have to be there 100% when you are there. Because I feel like being there for somebody 100% of the time, it can lead into codependency, it can lead into emotional fatigue. Sometimes it's healthy to have space in our relationships. So I think we've given you some things to think about and some things to, process. I would just try to acknowledge that when you are feeling depressed, it really does change the way that you view your life, it changes the way you view the world, and it changes the way you view your relationships. And so you said it yourself, you would love to be there for her. So be there for her when you can and when you feel like you are able to, but you don't have to do it any more than you feel comfortable doing. And if your friend asks you, hey, what's on your mind? What's going wrong? It's okay to talk about it. It's okay to say, I've just been feeling kind of depressed lately. I feel like I don't have the energy to mingle or to hang out or to talk to people, and I just feel exhausted. It's okay to talk about that. So yeah, I would just take some time to think about it. There's not really a deadline on when you need to make a decision, so just take the time you need to think about it. And just try to get some perspective, and yeah. I hope this lands in the ballpark of mental health since it's been eating at my mind, but I had this girl who liked me. I liked her. She liked me way more. It started with us going on a date for one of our classes as an assignment, and she loved it so much she asked me on another. Interesting. I didn't know they did that. You had to go on dates as an assignment. That's interesting. I've never heard of that before. For The second date rolls around and she's complaining how her crush rejected her to prom a few times, and I thought, oh, I'm just a friend. More hints on how she likes me, texts, calls, and asks me to be her prom date. I thought if she's going this far, she's gonna tell me eventually, right? I was invited to a festival with her, was kind of excited. She's running a booth. She introduces me to her friend. We get along. At some point she says, you should hang out with my friend to get to know her. I say, nah, I want to stay, and she insisted, so I agree. I had fun. After a while, I go to look for her. She's not there. She's outside walking around the school sulking. I didn't spend the night with her, and I think she's ditched me. Find her outside, give her a cold bye. The next few days, she tells me she thinks she used to like me, but isn't sure at the moment, and asks me out on our last date. I didn't give her my answer because I'm still unsure. She mentions me hanging out with her friend made her jealous, and I say, why do you care? We're not even dating. She says she knows, and it's wrong to feel like that. This is being young and being in relationships. It doesn't make sense. Like, honestly, like, people don't know what they want. Especially when, you know, we're in our teens or our 20s. It's like we have no idea what we want. We're in the process of figuring out what we want. We're in the process of learning how to communicate our feelings and actually show people we're interested in them. So this is practice. This is you learning. The date rolls around and I act distant. She gets her answer and we go cold for a few days. I ask her if we're still going to prom. She says we shouldn't since I made no effort to converse this with her beforehand and our feelings are too mixed. Finally, I get my answer. I like her. Ask her on a date for the first time and she agrees. I canceled the date on the same day. Mixed signals from her made me think she was pissed and changed her mind. I feel like we're both sending mixed signals here. I feel like, you know, the mixed signals are mutual. And that's nobody's fault. Mixed signals are a part of learning how to navigate relationships. Because in reality, we're still trying to figure out what we want. Accidentally ignored her. I have long hair, so I looked up and saw her body, but not her face. She probably thought I just ignored her. Sent her a list of places on where to go. Reacted with a skull and crossbones, unsent, and left on scene. 2 more messages delivered. Try talking IRL. As class ends, I reach my hand out, call her name, and she walks past me. Is this reminding anybody else of being in high school? That this is kind of just very on par for what relationships are like when you're young. Just like hot, cold. I like you, I don't like you, I'm not sure. And that's okay. If it's confusing, that's because it's supposed to be. And I know that that doesn't really do much to make you feel better, but it's the truth. You know, like, you're still figuring out what you want in life, you're still figuring out who you are as a person, and so is she, and this is part of that process. One more message and delivered, wait at the park, nothing, she never comes, and sends a big sappy message on how it sucks it ended like this, but it seems like she hates me, but I don't. Replied 2 hours later, she's playing volleyball, and thoughts after school meant another day. Asked why she didn't mention volleyball, and she says she thought I overheard her talk about it with her friends in class. Communication skills are something that we practice. We learn in time, and I feel like we're in the process of doing that now. After basically begging for another chance, she says she thinks she's lost feelings because I have no effort, think I want her time, and offer to be friends, but I declined because my feelings wouldn't go in a day. She understood. I feel like this also speaks to how, like, when we're still young, we are learning, like, how other people communicate interest in us. Like, the way that we show other people that we're interested and the way that they show interest in us, it's like we're still trying to figure that out. It's like, oh, I couldn't imagine being in high school during the social media age. That would just be, I would die of cringe, I fear. The next day she waved and I didn't because I froze. She posted stories on how she liked me, but it's like I want to mess it up for the both of us with my self-sabotaging. I feel like this is something that you want to actually like sit down and talk to a person about and not just like go on social media and start putting that person on blast. This is just kind of like, you know, it just shows that there's still some ways to go as far as emotional maturity and communication skills. So I reached out saying I do want to be friends, but let me get over this first. Left on scene, more stories, ignored IRL, and blocked. She goes to prom with a new guy as friends, I'm guessing, and I go with her friend as friends too. A month later, I reach out and apologize to her. She does the same. My feelings for her reignite, and I don't care at this point, and just tell her I still like her and want another chance. She gets mad because she has a boyfriend now, and I can't go back after how I treated her, go to prom with her friend, and try to sweep it under the rug. I can handle a rejection, but I got mad, I got blamed for it all, and went off on how we both messed up, not just me, and pointed out every interaction, and we both got petty at the end. I unfollowed, and yeah. I know I wasn't Prince Charming, but was I really that horrible, or am I beating myself up too much? You're beating yourself up too much. You're beating yourself up too much. You're still young. You know, give yourself some time. You're still, like, there's this phase in your life, it's like you're young and you want to be in a relationship because being in a relationship feels really important. But you're still in a process where you are learning what a healthy relationship looks like. And that involves work, and that involves communication, and that involves accountability. And these are things that take time for people to learn. So don't fault yourself for not knowing all of that yet. You're in the process of learning. So yeah, don't beat yourself up. Just try to learn what you can from it. And just keep on living. Just focus on the days ahead. This reminds me a lot of being in high school. It's like, and this is why a lot of those relationships that start in high school typically don't last forever. It's because that's not really a time in our life where we know what it is that we want for the rest of our life. Hi, Papa. I'm almost done reading The Body Keeps the Score and wanted to know if you had any other book recommendations. Just looking to expand my knowledge on mental health. Really been enjoying the book. Thanks for the recommendation. I got another one for you. You ready? My next recommendation for you is from author Brianna West. This one is titled The Mountain Is You: Transforming Self-Sabotage into Self-Mastery. You know, it goes into why we reject change, even if it's good change. You know, it talks about self-sabotage, why we do it, when we do it, and how to stop doing it. Because everybody does it. We just don't recognize it. And so it's very helpful to enlighten us on how to not do it anymore. So that is my recommendation for you. The mountain is you. Just in general, look on the bright side, period. Period. I think your heart was in the right place. Your heart was in the right place. You had good intentions. I'm glad you liked The Body Keeps the Score. If you haven't heard of that book, it's a great book by author Bessel van der Kolk, who really helped to redefine the way that we view trauma and deepened our understanding and how psychological stress is stored in both the mind and the body. So this is another great book if you haven't checked this one out. The Body Keeps the Score. I got halfway through, but I hate science. Science likes you. You might not like science, but you are science. Need a case study on my titties? I don't know, go to the local university and see if there's any scientists who are willing to conduct that research study. I'll have you know, though, academic papers are kind of boring. Back when I was in school, I was miserable. I had no friends, and every day was pain. Even so, I remember thinking to myself how in a fucked up way I was probably going to miss being there, because I had to be at school. That was a structure we all had to follow. I knew that from then on all the misery would be at my fault, since I would create my new structure. I've been thinking a lot about this. Why was misery in the forced structure better than the misery I felt after? Isn't that strange? Well, I think you actually answered your own question here. Feeling misery because of the situation that you're in, it gives you someone or something to place accountability on. But when it's because of our own circumstances, when we're the ones steering the ship, it feels worse because we got nobody to pin it on but ourselves. You want this one?
I guess I could use the Pixel.
Maybe plug it in for a few minutes. It's at 42%. The empowering thing, though, because we're not just going to focus on the misery, is that you are in the driver's seat. You have the power to change your structure. And if the structure that you're in is only contributing to your misery, then change your structure. Visualization is a really powerful tool when it comes to mental health. If you're feeling miserable in your life, We want to visualize, what would life be like? What would I be like? What would it feel like to be a slightly happier version of myself? A slightly more satisfied version of myself? We want to identify that next step in our healing, and we want to get to know that person that we are in the process of becoming. We want to figure out what that next little step is. Life is like a video game. You work to upgrade your character. Period. You have to meditate to spend your skill points. Just like in The Witcher. You can't level up unless you... meditation is when you level up. It's when you actually get to go in and spend those skill points you've been earning. Structure of any kind can be nice too when things otherwise feel really chaotic. See, that is true. That is true. We can find comfort in familiarity. Even if things aren't that great, the familiarity of it takes away from the chaos. I like to visualize a better world and how to do it policy-wise. Then that's good to do, and I commend you for doing that. I would also like to see you visualize a version of you that could do that even better. You know, bring your best self to the table. Your thoughts create your reality. It creates what is real and true for you. And so if you feel like life is just going to be miserable, guess what? It's going to be miserable. If you believe that things can get better, that you can be happier, then you can be. The brain has a great way of writing its own future. Can we talk about how evidence suggests that long-term marijuana use could contribute to psychosis, although short-term use suggests that it'll help with anxiety and depression? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's do it. Okay, ready? If you want to understand this better, it helps to understand what psychosis does to a person's brain. I want you to think of your mind like a spool of thread. Normally, it's very tightly wound. Normally, things are cohesive. You're able to keep a linear train of thought. But with psychosis, it's as if that thread becomes looser. And you start making loose associations. Bizarre connections. Your thoughts just start going in an unfamiliar, unpredictable path. What does marijuana do to your brain? And what does it do to your thinking? It kind of makes your thinking looser to simplify the way that it affects you. Whenever you take marijuana, it makes it really difficult to remember what it was that you were just thinking about. And it can be really difficult to remember what it was you were just thinking. It makes it really easy to lose your train of thought. It's like your mind starts to wander. And so, in some ways, marijuana or any psychoactive substance, when you think of marijuana, I want you to think don't think of just marijuana. Because marijuana is just one substance that does this. There are other psychoactive substances that also induce a similar effect. Think about psychedelics. Things like LSD or psilocybin. What these substances do is they basically put you into a temporary state of psychosis. These are all psychoactive substances that all act on the serotonin receptors in your brain. The thing about psychosis is that it doesn't have to be permanent. Oftentimes, like, there's a lot of fear around psychosis. You know, it makes you think, oh, I'm losing my mind. I'm going crazy. I'm seeing things. I'm hearing things. Just as your brain can, quote unquote, go crazy, it can also go sane. Oftentimes people experience psychosis not permanently. Oftentimes it's episodic. Oftentimes it's brought on by emotional stress. Sometimes when people are very manic or very depressed, they experience symptoms of psychosis. I feel like psychosis in general is really difficult to fully understand if you haven't experienced it yourself. And so, imagine your mind. You're sailing out on the sea. Psychosis is getting carried away with the current. It's getting carried away, and it's wavy, and it's uncertain, and it's stormy. You could get caught in the storm, and it could carry you off, and you might be stuck there. You can also sail through it. You can find calm waters. You went through a bout of psychosis for a few weeks, and isn't it just so unusual? Isn't it just so... like, it's hard to even describe. It's hard to even properly quantify. Most people say it's scary. Yeah, because our brain likes order. Our brain likes things to be predictable. And psychosis is not predictable, nor is it orderly. It's very disorganized, and it's very... different types of psychosis. I would say this. Psychosis is psychosis. There are different symptoms of psychosis. Rather than saying that there are different types of psychosis, I would say that psychosis manifests as different symptoms depending on who is experiencing it. Just think for a moment. Just think about how sometimes the only difference between a person being insane or a person being eclectic is how much money do you have? Like one person's psychotic, like one person could be viewed as psychotic, another person could be viewed as, oh, they're a visionary, they're an artist. So I feel that it's this way. You know, psychosis is kind of a state that marijuana can kind of put your brain into. This is why some people feel really uncomfortable or even scared when they get too high. Have you ever been too high? You ever been too high? Show of hands, who's been too high? What was it about being too high that was scary for you? That's kind of a good way to understand what psychosis is like. It's disorienting, it's confusing, and it's scary. But there are also ways that we can learn how to handle this. We can learn how to make sense of things. We can learn how to put order to things. So yeah, psychoactive substances are basically just a temporary state of psychosis. And psychosis is just a different way of thinking. It doesn't have to be inherently bad. It's just that when it feels overwhelming, when it causes us a great deal of stress, that is when it becomes a problem. But there's nothing wrong with thinking differently, especially if the way that we have been thinking hasn't really worked for us. Honestly, I feel like part of the reason why people are experiencing more of these symptoms of psychosis when they smoke weed is because the weed we smoke today is absolutely bonkers compared to the weed that they smoked even, 20, 30 years ago. The potency has gone through the roof. This is what good weed looked like in the 70s. This is what good weed looked like in the 70s. Look at this. Imagine somebody shows up, they're like, hey, you want to roll one up? And then they hand you a bag of this. You're like, what the fuck is this? Like, where did you find this? And then think about some of the concentrates and distillates that they have today. Or some of that stuff's like 90% THC. People like to have more bang for their buck. But what they're doing is they are adding more of what contributes to the psychoactive effect of weed. And so you're getting people having a much stronger reaction, and it's basically like I know that I'm not the only one here who's experienced this, but if a high enough dose of THC, it feels like you're tripping. It feels like you are on a psychedelic, because it is a psychoactive substance. So I would say it's not just what it does to your brain, but it's also how prepared are you to handle what it does to your brain. Like if you've done psychedelics before and then you feel more prepared for them. You feel more comfortable navigating through that headspace because it's somewhere you've been before. You're more familiar with the terrain. You've been taking more edibles. Lately I've been preferring edibles over weed, but I haven't been using weed lately because Casey has been taking a break, and I have also been taking a break in solidarity, so. Solidarity. Coming off of weed and always makes your dreams like very vivid. Very vivid dreams. Sneeze. Bless me. How about I make some new sub badges? I need to make some new sub badges. I just noticed. We got new sub badge slots. Got 4 new sub badges to make. 4 new ones. I gotta think of ideas. Gotta think of ideas for what I want to do with these brains. Can you make a really pretty one? You don't think that they're pretty? They are all pretty. Oh, let me open Photoshop real quick too, so I can make these. Okay. Let me think. I opened up my folder where I had my brains saved, and I only have the new ones. I don't know where I saved the original ones. Which is fine. They're on my computer somewhere, but I'll download this one, my 3-month one. Brain. There we go. What should I do with these brains? I need to stylize them. I have to make 4 new ones. Okay, 4 new ones. What sizes? 18 by 18, 36 by 36, and 72 by 72. I guess we'll start with 72 by 72. Brain. So these are what we have. I need to mix it up. I need something new. I need to think. You want a pretty one? Let's do it. Let's do a diamond brain. We'll do diamond brain. Shrink this down. I do art streams sometimes. It's been a while. It's been a minute. But I do like to do art. That looks weird. That looks weird. Make it pretty. Oh. Okay, okay. That looks kind of cool. It looks very crystallized. It doesn't look that great because I'm very it's not a very big picture. It's only 72 pixels. So it's very tiny. All right. So let's go ahead and duplicate this layer so I have a copy of that brain. Let's go ahead and I want it to be a different color. I'm gonna do a color overlay. What color should it be? More bluish. Ooh, that looks pretty good. That looks nice. Okay, let's do that. And then I want to mess with the levels. Why isn't it showing the changes? Hello? Maybe this one. Here we go. Want it to be brighter. Contrast. Diamond brain. Where is it? Where is it? I have so many graphics saved here. It's kind of a mess. It's kind of a mess. Oh, I have the badges saved in here. Okay. We'll save this one as Brain 6. So I gotta do 72 by 72. Say you have to do all these manually. I have to make 3 different brains. It's so fun. 36 by 36 and 18 by 18. Okay, 36 by 36. And then again. 18 by 18. Looks like shit. Can't even see it. Let's upload that and let's see if it looks good. Let's upload that and see if it looks good. Oh my god, just look at all these graphics. There's so much shit in this folder. I need to clean it up a little bit. Brain. Looks so much different. Oh, it's because this is bigger. I originally made them bigger and then I downscaled them, which might be why they might look a little bit better. That looks okay. Diamond brain. Why is there a little box around it? Hello? Do you see this? Why is it only showing up on this one? It's not showing up on this one. There's like a little box around it. What? Hello? Am I high? What the fuck? Do you see this? It's like a faint little line around the outside. What the fuck? Where did that come from? You see this shit? It's not on this one, but it happened whenever it got resized. What the fuck? Hmm. Why does it have a faint little line around it? What the hell? Hold on. Yeah, you can see it there. Like, what the fuck is that? It's like a line around the outside. It happened when I downscaled it. It's probably this old ass copy of Photoshop I'm using. So let's do something different. Let's use this online image resizer. And let's see if that worked. That worked. Okay, it was just whatever I was using to resize it. The Photoshop fucked it up. See, now the line's gone. Fucking, I love the internet. There. That worked. Yes, I own this image. I made it. Well, it's 1 down, 3 to go. See, now you see why it's so fun to to make all these sub badges. Might just do some different colored gems. Got like a blue one. If we did like a green one. Got emerald. Red. Okay, I might work on this on my own a little bit because I think I might want to redo it. I think I might want to make it bigger because something about this version of Photoshop I'm using, the image compression isn't that good. So I think what I need to do is make it bigger and then use the online image resizer to compress my images because the image compression in this version of Photoshop sucks ass. Hey, Emily Schmur did the beat. Thank you for the 3 months. Let's go. W. Casey's at Culver's. Do you want anything? Yes. Yes, I do. I want a Culver's Deluxe with fries and a root beer. I want Cheeseburger. Wait, hold on, which one looks worse? This is the one I imported, or no, this is the one I opened. This is, okay. Yeah, I guess they look the same. But honestly, I should use this one as the base, because it's not moved. You had leftover pasta? I love pasta. I know I didn't see the sauce recipe. What's the sauce secret? What's the recipe? The message has been relayed. Skeenerbug is goated. Skeenerbug is goated. What do we think about the crystal brain? I kind of like it, but I kind of think I could do it better. What I need is a good texture, first and foremost. Let's get a good texture. This one's kind of cool. Oh, this one looks cool. This one I like. It's got a watermark, but it doesn't really matter because when we shrink it down, you won't be able to see it. Not me using work that has a watermark in it. Like, hey, I'm not trying to sell it. I'm not trying to sell it, okay? Oh my god, it's huge. I have to shrink it down so much. God, we're working for it. Oh my god, it's massive. Looks cool though. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Ooh. So many choices. Let me like zoom out a little bit so I can kind of see what it looks like. I don't know, it's not really popping like I was hoping. It's not really popping like I was hoping. Huh. It's gonna have to be a different color, I fear. Oh. I don't know. I might have to mess around with this a little bit. I might need to mess around with this a little bit more. I need some ideas because I've still got a few more to do. So one of them's going to be a crystal. That is settled. We're going to have a crystal brain. But what to do for the other three? Good idea. I need a fractal brain. This is what we need. Fractal brain. Now we're cooking. This smaller. Need to rotate it. I want that curve to kind of follow the curve of the brain. Now we're cooking. Ooh, be cool if we could have an animated one. I think it's fine as it is. How many more years do I need to stay for this? Good question. I think I just need it normal. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to convey, like, the brain itself. I think the brain is just going to have to be, like, the shape. It's just going to have to be brain shaped, I think. "36 by 36. And 18 by 18. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Oh, I have to save that other one. This will be the 5-year brain. This is the 5-year brain. Sick. Why does it say 72 on my screen in big letters? Accepting good vibes, thoughts, etc. The friend I've had longest is at the ER after trying to end her life. Good vibes your way, my friend. Good vibes your way. I'm happy to hear that she's survived. Happy that she's still with us. Alright, so we got a fractal brain. What else do we do? I want a plasma brain. I want the plasma ball. Resizing it is so tedious. Right, I think I could just let's set it to like 5%. Where'd it go? That's too little. Where'd it go? It's off the screen. It's so big. There we go. We can finally see it. Just keep shrinking it. There we go. We're getting there. Almost there. There we go. Plasma brain. I think that's pretty sick. Centered. Plasma brain. Sick. Alright, that's pretty wicked. Do I like that color? I could do the different color too. I might do 2 different colors of this one. I like this one a lot. Brain 8. Let's do 2 colors of this one because I like this one. Let's do. Ooh. Kind of like that. Or. Yeah, like that. Oops. Brain 9. Thank you for watching me make my brains. Thank you for watching me make brains. Brain. I needed new sub badges anyway. Let's get that 38 by, it's 38 by 38, right? Oh wait, it's 36 by 36. Then it's 18 by 18. Notice sometimes when you do graphic design, it's like some websites will do better than your actual graphic design program. They're like resizing stuff. Sick. All right, last brain. Last brain. We're in the home stretch. Gotta resize this shit first. 36. See how they make this a little tedious? You have to make 3 different images. I just wanted you to feel my pain. Oh my god, we're done. Perfect. That looks sick. Alright, and I get to make another one on August 19th. Sweet. We got new sub badges. Let me refresh. All right. If anybody was at the 4-year mark, you might have a new one now. I think I have the oldest one will be me, so I will have that one. Wait, I only have the 5-year? I'm only at the 5-year subscribed? Even I don't have the 6-year unlocked? Oh. You only see the streamer badge. It shows up for me here. It shows up for me right here. It shows my 5-year subscriber. But it takes a little while to update. I only have the 5-year? Hello? I thought I would have the oldest one. I'm over my green one. Well, this is your next one, and then you get purple. And then you get the... That's when things start to get really cool. I did it again. I dragged text over to my window. I don't even have this one yet. I have this one. I want the purple and I'd like to stay there. I think it'd be cool if it let you pick what sub badge you have, but it doesn't. It continues to change. That's one thing I'm not sure why Twitch hasn't done that. The rainbow's your next. Oh yeah, once you hit 1 year, you get that brainbow. Cool. Cool. Well, that was fun. Thank you for watching me make brains. But I'm surprised that I don't have the oldest one. I'll have to unsub before 3.5, I'm afraid. You don't like that one? You want me to change it? You want a new one? I'll make a new one for you. It's negotiable. Alright, we got a couple more questions. We got a few more questions coming in. Let me go and pop over here. Thank you for watching me make those brains real quick. If you got a question and you've been waiting for a minute, my bad. My bad, I got sidetracked. But we're here. So let's take them. Let's take a look. I don't really like that idea. I don't get the notion that your mind shouldn't be as sharp as possible. Wouldn't it make someone reliant on a thing like weed? Why would this be a good thing? Wouldn't it give someone more problems than they already have? This goes back to our conversation about weed. It's a good thing to have your mind sharp. This is true. But it's also good to be able to unwind from time to time. You don't need to always remain in the state of hypervigilance. This is a stressful way to live. And sometimes you want to unwind. But do people take it too far? And do people become over-reliant on it? And does it make people overlook other problems in their life that they could be working on? Absolutely. I won't disagree with you on that. But human beings need things that can help them relax. If you have a healthy relationship with it, and if it doesn't interfere with your life or your responsibilities, I don't see the problem. Like, I don't know about you, but I like being able to turn my brain off from time to time. I find it to be refreshing. Some people genuinely use cannabis as a medicine. It's true. But, you know, it's about having a healthy relationship with it. The same goes for a lot of different substances. I tried to take your advice before about what a happier version of myself would look like and taking steps to it. It's waning and fluxing, unfortunately. Let me just pause and say, that's okay. That is part of the process. The healing process isn't linear. Don't forget to update your sub goal. Good point, I do. But I'll get to that in a minute. Depression still feels utterly unbearable. Half of me wants to hope for the better, but it feels like a lost cause. I'm not sure what to do. Thank you still for the therapeutic suggestions. Is depression just a lot of lies about how life is hopeless? Am I being realistic? Doesn't seem like life willing wants to include outcasts and give them space to heal or even be noticed. I just feel like it would be better in the end to just not try. But that's like giving up without trying. I agree, that is giving up. Even though I'm highly aware my thoughts are self-defeating and I know a better route, am I choosing to be stuck? Like depression just feels like a bad relationship I keep going back to. I don't know why, but I keep going back to it. Unless there's something I need to reflect upon, or is that just catering to rumination and spiraling? Do I just lack willpower and escaping reality to sulk in my feelings? Hey. A lot of these questions that you're dealing with, these are questions that I feel like you're supposed to be facing whenever you're working your way through depression. Like, when I say ask yourself the hard questions, it's like these are the hard questions you want to ask yourself. Also, I am reminded of something that we talk about here before, is sometimes when you start working on your problems in life, whether it be anxiety or depression or whatever it might be, and you actually start to make some progress in working on those things, they might seem to feel like, oh, things are getting worse, or I'm still really struggling, and part of the reason why it feels like it might be getting bigger is because you're looking more closely at it. You've been able to put this under a microscope and actually really start to think about it, and so it gives you the impression that it is bigger. When in reality, it might actually be getting smaller. You're just looking at it more closely. I feel like you're getting really close to a breakthrough. You're getting really close to a breakthrough. In a good way. Yeah, I agree with Cutie Cheeks. Because here's the thing. Does life have meaning? The only meaning that life has is the meaning that you are willing to give it. So, could life be hopeless and meaningless? Absolutely. But only if you lack hope and you lack meaning. So what gives you a sense of hope? What gives you a sense of purpose? What gives you a sense of meaning? If you want life to have more meaning, build it. Create it. Don't wait for it to come to you. Go to it. Depression kind of is like a bad relationship that you just keep going back to. We find comfort in familiarity, even when it's not a safe place for us to be. It's the devil you know rather than the devil you don't. I think that in order to take that next step forward, you're going to have to leave some things behind. You're going to have to let go of some things if you want to carry on. You've reached a point in your healing journey where you're going to have to, decide, do I want to stay where I am and keep these things with me, or do I want to take it to the next level? If you're going to take it to the next level, you need to take a look at what are some things that I am ready to let go of. Do I need hopelessness? Here's the thing that happens in mental health, and it's kind of, I don't mean it to sound frightening or off-putting, but sometimes in the process of getting better, before it gets better, it gets worse. And I mean that not because things actually do get worse, but because when we become more aware of ourselves, we become more aware of the problems that we're trying to fix. And so they become more real. They become more impactful. They become more aware. So, do you need depression, or are you ready to let it go? For me, what I've noticed is that when I was depressed, there was a part of me that felt like this is who I am. It was tied into my identity. I identified as a depressed person. How long do you want to identify as a depressed person? And when do you want to identify as a person who is working through their depression? When do you want to identify as a person who has overcome their depression? Like, you've got all the pieces, and you're just waiting for that last thing to click into place. You're really close. You're really close. You can see the finish line. So just keep going. Just keep working on it. Just keep finding out what that next step is. Just keep taking those steps. You might find that there's some things that you need to let go of if you want to carry on. Guilt, shame, loneliness, past hurts, past grudges. These things are tying you to the past and they are holding you back. And so if you want to get to that place where you feel more in tune with who you feel like you're supposed to be, or who it is you're trying to become, you're going to have to leave some things at the door. It might feel really hopeless to you right now, but let me just say that viewing what you've described and having been through it myself, you're so close. You are so close. Like, think about how you are compared to how you were this time last year. Think about how much you've changed. Think about how much you've grown. Think about the things you've been able to overcome, all the ways that you've been able to prove yourself wrong. just keep at it. Just keep doing what you're doing, and things will continue to improve. You're getting there. You're so close. I'm over here cheering you on. Honestly, I'm excited for you. You're just a few aha moments away from getting to where you're trying to go. Just a few aha moments away. You're headed in the right direction. Just keep taking steps. Just keep becoming more and more familiar with that version of you that you are trying to be. Continue getting to know them better. Ask yourself these types of questions. Imagine this happier version of you. You know, you're visualizing this happier version of yourself. How do they feel about some of the things that you are struggling with today? What has a happier version of you, this version of you you're trying to become, this version of you you're getting to know, how do they feel about the problems that you are facing? This helps us to figure out what it is that we should do with these things that we're dealing with. Like if I visualize a version of me that is happier in life, and I try to imagine, you know, how do they feel about the problems that I am dealing with? Like, well, they've learned to let things go. You don't need to take it all with you. You know? You got a big heavy sack full of all this stuff that you've been dragging around through the mud, and you're convinced that you need to keep it all. Maybe it's okay to let some of that stuff go. Honestly, though, you show a lot of awareness, and this is really great. Like, you're aware of how your thoughts are self-defeating, and that's huge. I wish I could get more people to come to that realization. Like, you're doing really good. You're doing great. So just keep at it, and you'll get there. I wish I was strong like that. But just keep lifting. If you want to get stronger, just keep lifting. Just keep working it, and you'll get there. You might surprise yourself with just how strong you can be. Do I have OCD? I'm not going to tell you one way or the other, because I don't like to diagnose people. I feel like it's unethical to diagnose people that I've, you know, it's not my place. But we'll talk about it, you know, and if you feel like it's something that you are struggling with, you know, we can identify the symptoms, and then I would suggest that you talk to a doctor about them. So let's see. How about I see what it is you're describing, and then I will tell you if this feels like OCD to me. How about that? I'm not going to tell you one way or the other. I'm just going to tell you if these read to me as symptoms of OCD. Let's dig in. I had 3 dates with someone who I really liked. We voice noted each other back and forth every day, and I thought she was great. There were red flags on the first date. She brought her dog with her, and whilst I was petting it, she said she wouldn't care if it died. Oh. Oh, that's Ooh, that's... Yeah, I think that is a pretty big red flag. That's, I don't think, yeah. That would probably be a deal breaker for me. I didn't know how to react, but I knew I liked her, so I brushed it off as a test or an indication of her desire to let me know that she could drop me if she wanted to. She was touching my arm a lot during the date. At the end of the date, I walked her over to the train station and she kissed me on the cheek. Here's the thing. If you're wearing rose-colored glasses, red flags don't look red. They just look like flags. On the second date, we hung out for 10 hours. We started off by getting lunch, and then we went over to a restaurant where she introduced me to some of her friends. I felt like it was a little early for that. We had dinner, and then me and her went to get some more drinks at a bar nearby. I was talking about a gig I wanted to go to in July, and this happened back in March. I didn't ask her to go to the gig with me, but she got excited and told me she wanted to go with me. I thought this was a bit much, but I liked her, so I said I'd like to go with her. She was excited that I had met her gays, her friends, and she was also excited that I knew about some obscure documentaries that she had watched. At the end of the date, I walked her over to the platform, and we kept texting as she got on the train. We made plans to go see a DJ the next week. We ended up not doing that. We went on a hike instead the Saturday after. It didn't go well. So, the day after the second date, I texted her to tell her I booked the tickets. She said that's great, but she was going to say that she's kind of hard up for cash, but she would still go because I booked the tickets already. As the weeks went by, I sensed that the communication was kind of dropping off. We weren't voice noting as much. As the week went by, she was kind of like, what should we do about these tickets? I'm so broke and I could just drive there and then I don't have to drink. She said on the Thursday that she didn't want to go and see the DJ, but we should go for a hike instead. I said that's fine, and I suggested a couple hikes. We ended up going on a bit of a boggy hike. I didn't think it was a good idea, but she chose that one because it was shorter. The day before the date, she was assessed for ADHD. She's 40 years old, so I can imagine how much of a big deal that would be for her. Her assessment came out as a fairly high level of ADHD. On the date, it didn't go well. We ended up getting separated at one point. Kind of my fault. A little bit of anxiety set in, I think. And from the outset, I could tell she just didn't want to be there. At the end of the date, we parted ways. I went home and texted her asking if she saw us as more than just friends. She said she thought I was great, and she really likes hanging out and wants to be friends, and that she didn't think there was any chemistry. I told her I'm not sure, but I had to accept her decision. Then on Sunday, I spoke to my friend about it. She came down to Manchester and took me for coffee. She talked it out with me and then suggested to go to the girls' town and text her to tell her that I was there if she wanted to get a drink or meet up. I was against the idea, but then my friend ended up driving me down there and dropping me off. When I got there, I was like, I'm not doing this. I'll leave her alone. This is stupid. But then I realized she had texted me 2 hours earlier asking how my weekend was. So I texted her to ask if I could call her. I called her and told her a lie, that I was passing through her town on the train from the close-by town, and that I had stopped in her town if she wanted to meet up. She said that if I had given her more notice, she would have come, but she was on her way to the gym. I left it there. We talked a bit about football, and then I went back home. Then on Wednesday, after I was in the office, my colleagues were talking about an interview we have to do for our job. It's like a security interview. They ask a lot of questions about your background, finances, family, dating history, etc. I realized that I didn't actually know the girl's last name. I don't know why I did this. I think I just was looking for an excuse to talk to her, but I texted her to ask her if her name was the same as her Instagram name. I said that I had my security interview coming up. I've had it now, and they're going to be intrusive. I told her about it previously, so she knew. I probably shouldn't have told her. I know. She got annoyed. She told me to stop contacting her and that I was being strange and intrusive. She blocked me. Ever since, for the last 3 months, I've been really depressed. I know I didn't know her that well, but I liked her a lot. We had a lot in common, and I wanted to go and do so many things with her. I don't know if she wanted me to be more forward with her and escalate the intimacy. I replay the events of the dates over and over. I've started therapy and I'm on antidepressants. I feel as though I'll never meet anyone like her again. I feel guilty about what happened, but I also know that her volatility wouldn't have been good for me. I've questioned my self-worth, and I've taken the rejection so personally. How can someone who was so interested switch off so quickly? I worry that I might have OCD because it's 3 months later and all I ever think about is her and the whole situation. I'm with Cutie Cheeks here. I feel like this is a bullet dodged. Here's the thing. Sometimes you'll meet people that are really exciting, and you say, wow, I really want to get to know this person better. I really want to be in a relationship with this person. But in reality, it's just the makings of a very volatile relationship. Sometimes relationships that end up being really toxic and really volatile start off really exciting. So it's not unusual that you find yourself still thinking about it. But I wouldn't say that it's because you have OCD. You yourself mentioned that you have anxiety and that you've been taking antidepressants. But I wouldn't worry about, do I have some other diagnosis? It's like, let's focus on the symptoms. I think that the best way to move on from this is to, if you're interested in finding a relationship and finding someone else to be with, I feel like that would be a great way to forget this person entirely. If you find somebody that you enjoy spending time with, that you really click with, it's like you're going to forget that this person ever existed in no time. Oh, hey, baby. Oh, thank you. Some cheeseburger, don't you? Describe food. I got Culver's. I've eaten this on stream before, I think. They don't have that in California. That's too bad. Although you do have In-N-Out, which is pretty sweet. In-N-Out is goated. In-N-Out is goated. Whataburger is okay, but it's overrated. Shake Shack is pretty good, but it's too expensive. Yeah, like In-N-Out's prices are actually fair. Like, they have good prices. Like, it beats McDonald's prices. Like Wendy's. Wendy's is alright. If I'm going to Wendy's, though, I'm probably not getting a burger. I'm probably gonna get like a chicken sandwich or something. Hey, Icon. Slay. Yeah, Carl's Jr.'s is Hardee's in the Midwest. Alright, questioner. Here's the thing. In revisiting this and like playing it back through your head and like trying to learn or like divulge new information or like new insight from this, I don't think that there's really much. Like, you're replaying this stuff in your head, but in reality, it's just like, it kind of sounds like this person that you were seeing, just might have a couple screws loose. Like, you yourself in looking back can see that there were some red flags, and honestly, I feel like this is a situation where it's like bullet dodged. Just the dog thing by itself is just like, that's kind of frightening. It's like, that's the type of relationship you get into where it's like, you gotta be careful, like this person might try to smother you in your sleep. You know what I mean? But it makes sense that you would find yourself thinking about it or going back over it because, you know, if you haven't seen other people since, like, this is still, like, the last relationship that you've had, and so you're still just, like, revisiting the details, like, what went wrong? What did I do wrong? And it's like, did you have some missteps? Sure. But in reality, I feel like, in, like, the grand scheme of things, I feel like this is a blessing in disguise. And you asked a question, how can someone who is so interested switch off so quickly? You want to know? There's a couple reasons why. There are a couple reasons why. And it has a lot to do with the person's attachment style. Also, like, if you're going on dates with a person who's 40 and they aren't able to, like, have an adult conversation and, like, you know, I don't know. It sounds like she might have been a little bit emotionally immature, so honestly, I feel like, you know, you dodged a bullet on this one. So, one of the things that I find helpful, if I find myself dwelling on something, like I find myself thinking about something for longer than I should, I like to ask myself this question. How long do I want to think about this? How long do I want... Like, how much longer do I need to mull this over? How much longer do I need to process this? Set a time limit for yourself. How much more time do you need? A week? A couple weeks? This will help to reinforce the idea that you are working on getting over this. And it'll help you to start to think in a different direction, rather than to continue to, like, spiral on it. Dang, dog. You barking. You barking. The case manager I talked to at the police keeps contacting me. She shared information about evidence found in his phone that I don't think she's even allowed to share. Like, to what end? Like, what is she trying to do? Like, what's the goal here? I guess you're just trying to, like, warn you, or, like, trying to tell it, like, just so you know, for your own sake. So attachment style was one reason, as an avoidant. Yeah, sometimes people, like, they have a hard time setting up, like, genuine relationships with people. They kind of have, like, and there are any number of reasons that could cause this. Like, maybe it was stuff that happened early on in their life. Like, maybe they had emotionally unavailable parents. Maybe they had some other type of, like, trauma or stress that's just made it to where they are uncomfortable feeling the vulnerability of, like, deepening a relationship with someone. And so they just kind of have to keep people at arm's length and keep things, like, superficial and shallow. They basically just keep telling you fucked up a really easy case. If the case was that easy, then they shouldn't have needed to involve you at all. Like, if it was that much of a slam dunk. Hopefully they would also understand that, like, damn, you lied to protect his ass and he couldn't even take you to the zoo. thinking back to the questioner, how can someone who is so interested switch off so quickly? There are many answers to that question, and some of them are more innocent, and some of them are more insidious. So it's hard to say. And I, can't really say one way or the other what caused it.
It's actually like
But I don't know. I don't think it was the questioner's fault. I feel like, you wanted to see the good in this person that, like, you even said that, like, she was the one who started to, like, speed things up and, like, go a little fast and... I would feel safe assuming, because this is nothing more than an assumption. I would feel safe assuming that this person probably has a track record of volatile relationships. Very, it's either hot or cold. You won't even be nice about the cake. Why did you protect this man? You showed him a kindness that he would never show to you. You're weak. I disagree. You do have strength, and I feel like you need to tap into that strength. You are stronger than you think. I don't know. Talk to that case manager. Like, if they're still in contact with you, it's for some purpose. Who knows? Maybe you could say that you signed that document under duress. I'm weak? In what way? Elaborate. You want to talk shit? Talk shit. Bring it on. Let's go. Tell me more. Come on. I'm waiting. I lack sexual discipline? Have you been... Like, how would you even know that? Like, what are you talking about? What does that even mean? You've been peeping through my windows? Are you okay? know it's true. Actually, it's not true. I practice my tantras, so I'm actually quite disciplined. But you would know that if you knew me. Yeah, I haven't been retaining. I haven't been retaining. Let me just say, it is a little strange that you're thinking about my dick and balls right now, brother. Of all the things in the universe that you could be thinking about, like how to build a happier life for yourself, how to reconnect with people that you've fallen out of touch with, how to build better friendships, how to improve your skills, you're over here thinking about my cock and balls. So thank you. You can't get that time back. It's mine now. Thank you. You're trying to help me, and I'm trying to help you. And I'm letting you know that your way of trying to help me isn't really working. Like, do you need a friend to talk to? Answer me honestly, when was the last time you talked to a friend? And what did you talk about? How long has it been? Hey, how's it going? Wonder what Penny did. I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh, there's pasta pictures. Okay, hold on, let's look. This is some good looking pasta. Nice. Nice. Would eat. I don't know. I just feel like you accusing me of lacking sexual discipline when you actually know fuck all about me is actually more of a self-report than anything else. Like, how is your progress going with your porn addiction? You hanging in there? You know me better than I know myself. Alright. What's my favorite dinosaur, motherfucker? How we have the patience to keep this one around? Class project. Hi. Hey, how's it going, Pringle Man? How's it going, Pringle Man? Going good? Good to hear. Good to hear. See, that's how you engage in a healthy conversation, rather than just unsolicitedly talking to other dudes about what they do with their dick and balls. Apart from one thing, I'm gonna talk about it. I still have this question open on the other window, so I've just been peeking at it. I don't think you have OCD. For going on some dates with somebody and continuing to think about it for a while, I don't think that's OCD. OCD is like it's a pattern of behaviors. It's a lot of like compulsion and obsessive thought, and it's just, I see you reported anxiety and you reported depression, then I'll agree with you on those. But as far as OCD, I don't know. I'm thinking about stopping going to the psychologist. It used to help me, but now it's just monotonous and it only makes me feel worse because I don't see any progress. The real work is done outside of the therapist's office. So what do you think your next step is? If you feel like you're not really getting anything out of it anymore, what were the insidious reasons you mentioned? As far as why somebody would really be interested in somebody and then keep them cold? Like, I don't know, like sometimes people just don't have great motives, is what I was kind of getting at. It's just like sometimes people will be like really interested and like really wanting to be involved in your life, and it's just kind of so that they can get close to you. But I don't want to like put fear into your mind and make you think that like people are like out to get you or out to try to exploit you or something, because I don't think that that is what happened here. I was just kind of like, I was trying to speak more generally. I wasn't speaking so much about this particular person. Sometimes people just view other people as objects rather than viewing them as people. And that's kind of what I was getting at. Like other people's feelings, other people's emotions are just toys to them. It's just something to play with. I've been having constant migraines and dizziness and don't know what it is. My GP is too busy and I can't get an appointment, which is a piss take. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Damn. I have a question for you. How's your neck? Sometimes, like, recurring headaches and dizziness could be, like, a part of that could be like, yours. How's your neck doing? Sometimes, like, tightness and stiffness in the neck can give you headaches and dizziness, and so I would say try to do some stretches. Some stretches for your neck, your face, your jaw. Try to loosen them up a little bit, because I feel like that's definitely contributing to those headaches that you're getting. Like, I started doing like neck stretches and face stretches a couple years ago, and my number of headaches has drastically decreased. Also, weakness in the left side of my body. Dang. You might have like a pinched nerve or something. No joke. Like, the reason why I ask about your neck specifically is because a lot of like your nerve endings, you know, they go through your neck. And a lot of like, sometimes we have pain in other parts of our body that's actually, it ties back to like a tightness or a constriction that's actually like further up in our body. So like you might have like numbness or tingling in your fingertips, and it might not be because there's anything wrong with your hand. It might actually be like further up your nervous system. Do you have a bathtub available? You take a nice hot bath. Honestly, a nice hot bath just does wonders for me. You're making me want to do stretches. Ah, it all started when you crashed your bike and hit your back. Now you might be onto something. Now you're onto. Sounds like you're onto something. Wasn't a bad hit though, only a tiny bruise. And that's the thing about your nervous system is like, it doesn't have to be a big hit. It just has to be a hit in the right spot. Hold on, I want to pull up this. This is the human nervous system. The thing about your nervous system is that like sometimes pain in one part of your body will literally cascade to other parts of your body. So sometimes you might have like something pinched like up here in your neck, and you might feel it like all the way down like in your fingers. Or sometimes you might have something pinched like in your abdomen, and then you feel it like all the way down your leg. It was on a big 42-foot jump. Dang, brother. You know what I think might be really helpful is some stretching, some yoga, you know, just try to find wherever is like pinched and just try to just get some nice gradual stretching and strengthening so that your body can like unpinch itself. Bro's a doctor too. You're still here, dude. You don't have anywhere else to be. And we're glad you're here. You could be playing chess right now. Or are you? Do you have me open in a window? Are you playing chess in the other monitor? Fun fact, you don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to be a doctor to know that the nervous system exists. Just so you know. Can I send the vid on Discord? If you want, go for it. Yo. 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 Sent the clip. Oh shit, here we go. Alright, we're gonna play it. I just looked over it. You got it in slow-mo, too. See, this is why I would never go mountain biking. Ooh. What I'm looking at right now is like your shoulder. Looks like your right shoulder really took a big hit. Dang. The thing is what's important to remember is that it doesn't take much to like pinch a nerve or something. Like, have you ever woken up and like you slept wrong? Like you didn't even do anything drastic to hurt yourself? Like you slept on something wrong and you wake up, it's just like, oh my god, the pain. Like you have a lot of little like tiny muscles and tiny little like, they're just very susceptible to like tightness and tension and like getting pinched and constricted. Blah, blah, blah. Ouch. And a fractured thumb. Oh. Ow. Damn, Pringle man. It was a sick jump, though. I would say, you know, since you said you're feeling a lot of tension and tightness in like your neck and stuff, I would say try to do some good stretches. I feel like that might go a long way in helping to relieve some of that headache that you're dealing with. As it turns out, a lot of headaches aren't necessarily caused by issues in your head. A lot of times it's your neck, your shoulders, your back. Like we can get headaches from being dehydrated, we can get headaches from being hungry. It's like these have nothing to do with our head, but it manifests as head pain anyway. I'm really struggling and keep gaslighting myself and my reality. A lot of my family has made me believe that I'm an awful person and has made me lie about things so that severe repercussions wouldn't fall on my parents. Okay. It sounds like you might have been the victim of narcissistic abuse. Even though I was interviewed by a child psychologist, they kind of gave up after I wouldn't talk about certain things. My therapists have told me that I'm constantly just around narcissistic people. I'm at the point where I don't even believe what has happened to me because of having a mother who is a pathological liar. And I seriously worry if my history and past, I made it up. This is something you see a lot in people who live through narcissistic abuse. They question whether or not the abuse actually happened. It doesn't sound like you, like, I don't think you're making anything up. Like, why would you make it up? Like, you didn't just imagine it, you didn't just dream it. It's like it actually happened. Am I as messed up as my parents? Probably not. That's a question that we all kind of ask ourselves. Are we as messed up as our parents? Are we messed up? Sure, all of us are. We're all messed up in our own ways. The thing about it, though, is we want to identify the ways in which we are messed up so that we can work on changing them, so that we can work on healing, so that we can grow. You know, we want to have accountability. And it makes me hate myself, and I confronted myself on so many things and my worst aspects to be better than them. But I still feel like, am I lying? Do I do it for attention or genuine connection? I feel like I should never speak or talk at this point about things and just be bland with people. All throughout high school and middle school, I would avoid picture day so no one would remember me. I'm scared to be perceived by people. I feel like you are dealing with something that is commonly seen as a result of narcissistic abuse. Let's take a look. Let's take a look real quick. Before I get into this, Pringle Man, work on those stretches. Do some neck stretches. Even if it's just like using the weight of your head to move your neck. Like, don't force it, don't push it. Just let the weight of your head stretch your neck muscles. You don't want to hurt yourself. Just nice and gentle. Just try to relieve some of that tightness. You do neck stretches every morning? Good. Keep working on that tightness. Alright, here are some signs that you might be the victim of narcissistic abuse. What narcissistic abuse looks like. It can include verbal and emotional abuse, toxic projection, stonewalling, sabotage, smear campaigns, triangulation, along with a plethora of other forms of coercion and control. You might not recognize what some of these terms mean, but in a general sense, being abused by narcissists makes you feel crazy, it makes you feel like you're the problem, and it makes you feel like it's your fault. It makes you question what is real. Because that's what narcissists do. They put all of the blame onto you, and they convince you that it is your fault. You may, number one, you may experience dissociation as a survival mechanism. Do you ever just disconnect from yourself? Do you feel disjointed from yourself? Do you ever feel like you're watching your life from behind your eyes? Do you ever feel like you're just a passenger in your own body? That's one sign. Number two, you walk on eggshells. You're afraid of upsetting or provoking people. You might be a people pleaser. Because you're so used to people being volatile and blaming you that you go out of your way to make sure that you don't upset people. And in your case, it might be, I don't want to be perceived, because if I am perceived, then I am targeted. If they can't see me, they can't put their crosshairs on me. Number three, you put aside your basic needs and desires, sacrificing your emotional and even your physical safety to please the abuser, like when your parents would make you lie about the stuff that was happening to you. You had to put aside your own safety to protect them. That's what narcissists do. They don't care about what happens to you, they only care about what happens to them. And so you can suffer and be mistreated, and as long as it protects them, that's all they care about. Number 4, you're struggling with health issues and somatic symptoms that represent your psychological turmoil. A lot of people will experience pain or sickness or illness, and this is because your stress levels are so high, it impacts your immune system, and you might actually get sick more often. When you live in a high state of stress, it makes you more vulnerable to illness. Number 5, you develop a pervasive sense of mistrust. People are hard to trust for you because the people who were supposed to protect you, the people who were supposed to care for you, didn't. You weren't able to trust them, and now it's hard to trust other people. If I couldn't trust the people in this world that I'm supposed to trust, my parents, my guardians, they're supposed to protect me and take care of me. If I can't trust them, who can I trust? Number 6, you experience suicidal ideation or self-harming tendencies. It's very common in people who are victims of narcissistic abuse. Number 7, you self-isolate. You withdraw from others because you are trying to avoid feelings of judgment, retaliation, or further abuse. People might not actually be out to harm you, but you're so used to being targeted and harmed that you withdraw. Number 8, you find yourself comparing yourself to others, often to the extent of blaming yourself for the abuse. As a result, victims of narcissistic abuse internalize the fear that they are not enough and may constantly strive to compete for the abuser's attention and approval. The truth is that the blame is placed on the abuser. You are not responsible for being abused. It's not your fault. Number 9, you self-sabotage and self-destruct. Victims often find themselves ruminating over the abuse and hearing the abuser's voice in their minds, amplifying their negative self-talk and tendency towards self-sabotage. Malignant narcissists program and condition their victims to self-destruct, sometimes even to the point of driving them to suicide. Due to the narcissist's covert and overt put-downs, verbal abuse, and hypercriticism, victims develop a tendency to punish themselves because they carry such a toxic shame. They may sabotage their goals, dreams, and academic pursuits. The abuser has instilled in them a sense of worthlessness, and they begin to believe that they are undeserving of good things. Number 10, you fear doing what you love and achieving success. Victims often become depressed, anxious, lack self-confidence, and they may hide from the spotlight and allow their abusers to steal the show. Number 11, you protect your abuser, even gaslight yourself. Rationalizing, minimizing, and denying the abuse are often survival mechanisms for victims in an abusive relationship. The reason why you feel like you're gaslighting yourself or you're questioning your own memory is a survival mechanism. You're trying to protect yourself from all that pain. In order to reduce the cognitive dissonance that erupts when the person who claims to love you mistreats you, victims of abuse convince themselves that the abuser is really not all that bad or that they must have done something to provoke the abuse. It's important to reduce this cognitive dissonance, which is a fancy word for internal disagreement. We all have these cognitive dissonances, is by reading up on the narcissistic personality and abuse tactics. Which, if you go online, there's lots of different articles that talk about the different ways that narcissists will abuse and manipulate. So I'd recommend taking a deeper look and just becoming more familiar with some of these things so that you can understand what was done to you, the way that it worked, and why it made you feel the way that it does. Here's the thing. You're not a bad person. You're not a bad person. This is what narcissists do, is they do terrible things and then they make you feel like you are the one who made it happen. It was your fault that it happened. Or, you're led to question your own perception of reality. They'll lie, they'll deceive you, they'll mislead you. So here's the thing. You deserve love and genuine connection. It's okay to talk about these things. Talking about them can help you to heal. And it can help you get some perspective into how the way that you were treated wasn't okay. I'm sorry to hear that you went through all that. But I believe you. And I don't feel like you would have any reason to lie. But, growing up with a parent who's a pathological liar, it can make the truth become cloudy. And sometimes we need to distance ourselves from these people so that we can start to see things more clearly. You are deserving of healthy relationships. You are deserving of love and compassion and understanding. And they are out there. You gotta find them. We get people asking questions about their narcissistic parents pretty regularly. So this isn't something that you're alone with. This isn't something that you have to struggle with on your own. If you want to talk about it more here, or if you want to, start reaching out and connecting, you're welcome. You're welcome to do that. There are other people here right now who have been through similar things, and I feel like talking about it is a great way to help the healing process. Some people just really aren't cut out to be parents, right? Sometimes I think the world would be a better place if, in order to be a parent, you had to pass a test or an interview to make sure that you're not going to be a narcissistic abuser. But what can I say? Ender's Game? Oh yeah, that is how they do it in Ender's Game. Which, I mean, I as much as I would say like I feel like that's a good idea, I also recognize that it also is a bit like eugenicist and it is a little bit fashy, but just think of it from my perspective, like how many stories I hear about just all this like terrible abuse that people have suffered because their parents just weren't equipped to be parents, and it just makes me wonder like what do we do about this? Like how do we fix this problem? Like there are people out there who would die to become a parent. There are people out there who can't have kids that would make fantastic parents. And then there are people out there who, in no sane and rational world, should be a parent, but they end up having many kids. And it just doesn't really make sense to me. The world is a screwed up and weird place, and I'm just trying to make sense of it. So yeah, questioner, if you're still out there, I would just say read up on narcissistic abuse. It might give you some more insight into why you feel the way that you do, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that your parents basically trained you to feel this way about your own problems. But it can get better. It can get better. Talking about it really can help heal these problems. Ooh. Alright. Alright, gamers. I think I'm cooked. I think I'm cooked today. Alright, party people. Alright, party people, we'll be back again tomorrow. We'll be back again tomorrow. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll see you next time. Have a great day, everybody. Take good care of yourselves. Be kind to yourself. Have a great night. Have a great life. Thanks again for all the subs. Thanks again for all the support. You all are beautiful. Thank you. 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 Period. Period. Alright, everybody. Hang in there. Hang in there. It'll get better. Alright, everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye.